No, that's not.
Okay. Yeah. All right, good morning, everyone.
Muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning.
All right, I need everybody, first of all, let me introduce myself. I am Judge Espinosa Dennis, and I will
Primer-
over first appearance felony bond hearings this morning.
Primeramente, permítame presentármeles. Soy la jueza Espinosa Denis, pues soy la jueza que va a presidir sobre sus audiencias de fianzas el día de hoy.
All right, I need everybody to please stand up and be sworn.
Necesito que todos se pongan de pie para prestar juramento.
Good morning, everybody. Please raise your right hand.
Buenos días a todos. Por favor, levanten sus manos derechas.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
Juran que su testimonio será la verdad, toda la verdad y solamente la verdad. Si es así, contesten que sí.
All right, have a seat, please. I need to
Por
swear
favor, tome asiento.
interpreter.
Mr. Interpreter, if you would raise your right hand, please.
Yeah.
Do you swear that you will well and faithfully interpret from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, the questions asked and the answers given to the best of your ability, and that you have such ability?
I do, Arturo Suárez Silverio, certified interpreter.
All right, thank you. For purposes of the record, my understanding is all of you played a video on tape about these proceedings, and I will be appointing the public defender's office in all of the cases unless otherwise noted by the court. I'd like to know appearances for the state and for the defense, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ana Romas on behalf of the state for out-of-state extraditions.
Good morning.
Nasa Ath on behalf of the state. Good morning.
Good morning.
Rebecca
Okay.
Corey, Assistant Public Defender. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Okay, I hear some familiar names. All right. We're going to do first and foremost the in-state fugitive extraditions. Okay, the first case I have is Marlene Davis.
Your Honor, are you starting with the in-state warrants or the out-of-state warrants?
State. Can you hear me? Yes? Because I'm hearing an echo. Marlene Davis.
Mr. Davis is present.
All right, Mr. Davis, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I have an in-state warrant from Broward County. It charges you with one count of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and you have no bond. All right, do you wish to waive extradition, sir, or contest it?
For in-state warrants, they don't waive or contest.
All right. So we just reset it?
Judge, can we reset him for the afternoon? He should be entitled to a bond. I'll reach out to Broward County to see if we can get a bond.
Typically, would you do that?
Yeah.
No objection, Judge.
I'll give 15 days and print it out in the calendar. That way you have both.
It's up to
Okay. All right. Madam State, you don't have an issue with that, so it's reset for this afternoon. All right. Next case is Scott Vilbrun.
He's present here, TGK.
Mr. Vilbrun, you have a warrant from Broward County, no bond on a capias on oxycodone.
Judge, I'd ask if we could reset Mr. Belbron for the afternoon. He should be entitled to a bond. I'll reach out to the state attorney's office in Broward.
All right, next is Luis Miramontes.
Mr. Miramontes is present. He speaks English.
A warrant from Broward County, reference burglary of a conveyance, aggravated stalking after injunction, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. There's no bond on this. All right, what's the 15-day time period? I'm sorry? April, so you said? 7.
I'm sorry, what was the reset date?
April 7.
And he has another one from Broward's, 2 fugitive warrants.
Okay, hold on. You are correct. This one is the other one is also from Broward County. And this one is 1 count of burglary on occupied dwelling, burglary conveyance unoccupied. Right, so let's reset this for the same time, April 7. Good luck, sir. All right, next case is Jonathan Perez Moya.
Mr. President, we'll need a Spanish interpreter, please.
Present.
All right, Mr. Interpreter. All right, good morning, Mr. Perez Moya. You have a warrant from Palm Beach County.
Buenos días, señor Pérez Moya. Usted tiene una orden de búsqueda y captura que viene del condado de Palm Beach.
Okay, this is no bond, and it's for larceny, grand theft of $20,000 or more, but less than 100,000. So
Es por hurto o hurto mayor por más de $20,000, pero menos de $100,000 no hay derecho a fianza.
right, reset April 7. Good morning.
Dijo su próxima cita el 7 de abril.
All right, good luck.
Buena suerte.
Alan Montejo.
He's at, on Zoom Metro West, Your Honor.
Still at Metro West. Okay, so we'll pass on this.
Raise your hand.
Your Honor, he's on Zoom.
Oh,
You can see him, he's at Metro West.
see him. Yes. All right, Ms. Montejo.
10.
Morning, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have a fugitive warrant from Palm Beach County and alleges no bond, and for it looks like a violation of probation regarding grand theft. Okay, so I'm gonna reset this for April 7. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Aisha Lee Jones.
Present here, TGK.
Morning. Okay, Miss Lee Jones, you have a warrant out of Broward County that puts on face no bond for the following: 1 count armed false imprisonment. I'm going to reset this in 15 days, which is April 7th. In the morning. Good luck to you now. Hilda Hill. Good morning, Ms. Hill. Do you speak English? Yes, okay. You have a warrant from St. Lucie County, ma'am, with no bond for the offenses of harassment by use, personal information, or ID.
Judge, if we can reset Ms. Hill for the afternoon, I'll reach out to St. Lucie County to see if we can get a bond for Ms. Hill.
Just this. Okay. And they're in order here? Yes. Okay, now we're going to proceed to the out-of-state fugitive calendars. The first person that I have here is Giovanni Godinez Garcia. Okay.
Need a Spanish interpreter, please.
Interpreter present.
The interpreters here. All right, Mr. Godinez Garcia, you have a warrant out of the state of West Haven, Connecticut for the following crimes: 1 count of home invasion, 1 count of burglary in the 1st degree, 1 count of robbery, 3rd degree, 1 count of assault in the 3rd degree, and 1 count of larceny in the 4th degree.
Señor Godínez, usted tiene una orden de búsqueda y captura que viene de New Haven, Connecticut, un cargo de invasión de hogar, un cargo de allanamiento de morada, un cargo de robo en tercer grado, un cargo de agresión con lesiones o sin lesiones en tercer grado y un cargo de the last charge, Your Honor,
It's larceny in the 4th degree.
y un cargo de hurto en cuarto grado.
Okay. Do you wish to waive extradition, sir?
Caballero, ¿usted desea renunciar al derecho que tiene a contradecir o a oponerse a su extradición?
All right, that's the easiest way to get out of here. You probably may be moved out within 15 days. Otherwise, you can contest the sufficiency of the warrant and you could be in for at least 90 days.
Esa sería la forma que usted tiene de salir de aquí más rápido. Se lo llevarían en unos 15 días. Pero por otra parte, usted puede oponerse y alegar de que la orden o la solicitud de extradición no es competente y podría, si es así, estar retenido hasta 90 días.
What do you wish to do, sir?
Caballero, ¿qué desea hacer?
A la orden de extradición, ¿a dónde? Allá en Nueva York.
Connecticut.
The extradition warrant over there in New York,
In Connecticut.
en Connecticut.
Que quiero luchar allá porque todo es mentira, entonces quiero ir a luchar allá a ver.
I want to fight it there because it's all a lie. So then I want to go fight it there.
All right, so that's a waiver.
Muy bien, entonces usted ha renunciado.
What date? The same, April 7th?
April 7th.
All right, April 7th.
La próxima cita aquí será el 7 de abril.
All right, so by then,
Judge, are you appointing the public defender's office for the extradition matter?
all cases are appointed by the defender's office. Unless-
Señoría, usted nombra a los abogados de oficio en el caso de extradición. En todos los casos estoy nombrando a los abogados de oficio.
Let's see if you have everything. Oops, no, hold on. All right. Think so. Sure what this is. This is it. Okay, so what's the next one? Okay. All right, the next place is, person is Lamar Lewis.
Metro West Zoom, Your Honor, number 1.
Lewis, there you, good morning.
Good morning.
He did.
Set for March 26th, set for March 27th.
So you want to reset this for March 27?
Got 2 days.
I got it. Okay.
Judge Glazer has not appointed our office for Mr. Lewis's case at this point. Are you now going to be appointing our office?
Yes, okay. So he set on this one for March 27th. Report, because he has the other cases, and then the underlying one, the new one was for the 7th. Okay, got it. April 7th. Good luck to you, sir. Oh, this is the-
Yes, 2 cases.
Okay, so this is another one.
Yes.
Okay. All right, this is the one for Montgomery County. It's, okay, all right, and this is for assault with serious bodily harm.
Yeah, previously.
Same thing. Let me just see what here. Oh, yes, I have Judge Glazer's notes that he waived and reset for the 21st. What do you guys going to do on this
You
one?
want to benefit the 27th also.
All right, Madam PD, you have been appointed.
You're now appointing us, Judge, because we were not previously appointed.
I don't know what Judge Glazer does. I appointed PD on all cases unless otherwise noted.
Your Honor, the defendants are not entitled to counsel for if they waive, only if they contest
Okay,
on the out-of-state extraditions, only if they contest.
so before they contest, before they make a decision, then you're saying they don't have.
They are, no, they are not, Your Honor.
Then, all right, then we're resetting this. Forget about the appointment, resetting this for March 27th, report in the morning, okay?
And so, Judge, going back on Mr. Godinez Garcia, are you appointing the office of the public defender for that case?
In light of what I've just been advised, rescinding appointment on the out-of-state warrants.
Okay.
All right, thank you for the clarification. right, the next case is Bernadine Florima.
On Zoom from Metro West, Your Honor, number 2.
Okay, let's see here. Oh, there we go. Good morning.
Your Honor, previously waiting to handling the 4 days supposed to be today. I think we're not able to get to the division.
Is this the one from Lawrenceville, Georgia?
Correct.
Okay, so she signed it.
Except for Monday, the 24th.
Okay. Let's see here. It was for the 20th, so reset. March 24th. Okay, everything's been signed. There we go. Got it. Luis Mendez.
On Zoom, Metro West, number 3.
Okay, Mr. Mendez. Okay, good morning.
Señor Méndez, buenos días.
Sí, buenos días.
Yes, good morning.
Get the sign, Your Honor. It's locals for set from May 1st. We'd like to set for May 7th.
Okay,
Is a private attorney, Steve Savola. Are they present in the courtroom?
Él tiene un abogado privado. Steve Zavala, él está presente en la sala del tribunal.
Sí.
good morning. You're not here, Mr. Mendez, right?
No.
Okay, sorry. How are you? Okay, I don't see any counsel here. This is a reset. Okay, so what's the date that was requested?
May 2nd, Your Honor.
Okay, reset May 2nd.
No veo ningún abogado presente. ¿Cuál fecha se me ha pedido? El 2 de mayo.
The next one is Gregory Howard on page 3.
Mr. Howard is present.
Your Honor, he also has a local case on page 6 of the calendar.
Right, that was just brought to my attention. Thank you. Okay. So, on the out of state, let's see here. It's a case from Catersville, Georgia. This one's already been, no, this is the first time or? Yeah, so this is the first time on both. Okay. So this one involves a theft by conversion. And then he has a local, which is a warrant, a local new case here, which charges him with 1 count of possession of cocaine within 1,000 feet of the school, suspected crack cocaine, tampering with physical evidence, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Okay. First things first. On the out-of-state warrant, do you wish, or it's just going to be set? Do you wish to waive or contest the warrant, Mr. Howley?
Yeah, I want to be extradited.
Want to be extradited? Okay. So this one will be reset for the 7th? Okay. Waive. You said April 7th? All right, that's that. Now you have a new case locally, sir, and I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you in that case. And as I stated earlier, the charges are 1 count of possession with intent to sell.
What?
I'm sorry, 1 count of possession of crack cocaine within 1,000 feet of school, which is a first-degree felony. 1 count of tampering with physical evidence, third-degree felony. 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, which is first-degree misdemeanor.
So Judge, it's just possession. State's requesting a bond, 1,000 on counts 1 and 2, 500 on count 3.
And Judge, on count 2, I would ask that you find no probable cause. I am okay with $1 on that charge. They're indicating that he dropped it in front of the officer. Does not appear.
Maybe it's an attempt.
All right. Finding probable causes, count 1.
For possession only, Judge? That would be a third-degree felony.
Is that what the, okay, because
They charged it wrong, Judge.
Right, so Judge, if you look at the statute, it's only an enhancement if you possess with intent, not just simple possession within 1,000 feet.
Possession, 1,000 feet, first count. Number 2, attempt. Tampering. $500 bond. And number 3, count 3. Possession, drug paraphernalia. $500 bond. So the total bond is $2,000.
So it's 1,000, count 1, 500, 2, and 3.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're finding probable cause for third-degree felony for count 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. You give it a date now. Okay. All right, good luck to you, sir. Let's see. The next case is Brandy Ivy.
Your Honor, he went to circuit court today. We need to reset it for Monday.
Out here. This is a waiver before.
He previously.
I got it. Okay, so circuit court, the reset, what's Monday's date?
324.
3/20. Thank you. Next case on page 4 is Atayala El Kadar.
It's a quad.
Wash. All right, motion to quash is granted. I'm entering the order. Anything else I need to do? Because I just, all right. Next case is Lysandra Perez Ugarte. Is that you? You speak English?
Spanish. Spanish, please.
Interpreter present.
New case, okay. All right, ma'am, you have a warrant from Irving, Texas for the following. This is a, go ahead.
Usted es objeto de una orden de búsqueda y captura expedida en Irving, Texas, por lo siguiente.
This is for felony promotion of prostitution and felony delivery of substance within a penalty group of 1 gram.
Esto es por promoción de prostitución y por el delito, que es un delito mayor, y también por el delito de promoción de entrega de una sustancia controlada, cantidad de más de 1 gramo.
All right. And this is new, right? Do you wish to waive or contest extradition now?
Señora, ¿usted desea renunciar al derecho que tiene a oponerse a su extradición o desea acceder a su extradición?
Bueno, yo deseo ir a la extradición porque yo no sé esos cargos que me están acusando. Yo nunca he recibido ni una citación ni nunca he tenido ningún problema. Desde que he estado allá, yo soy residente de este país, nunca he tenido problema ninguno por nada de droga ni por nada de prostitución.
I wish to go along with the extradition because I don't know anything about those charges. I've never had anything to do with any prostitution, and I've never had any problems whatsoever in this country.
So she's waiving.
And I've never received any citation or notice.
All right, so she's waiving extradition. It's going to be reset in 15 days to make sure that she has been moved on to address this in Texas. So we'll reset this for April 7th, 2025. She doesn't have anything else, right? Okay.
Muy bien, entonces ella consciente de la extradición. Fijamos la próxima cita para el 7 de abril para esperar que para entonces ya ella haya ido a Texas a confrontar estos cargos.
Good luck to you.
Muy buena suerte para usted.
Amelia Carlos.
Amelia.
Do you speak English, ma'am?
Señora, ¿habla inglés?
No.
No.
Your Honor, I placed this case on the calendar Ms. Cardoso does have a private attorney, but he's unable to be here this morning, and I spoke with him yesterday, so he knows what we'll discuss. The prosecutor in Colorado has agreed that the warrant will be withdrawn, but wants Ms. Cardoso to be advised by this court of her next court date in Colorado.
Señoría, yo pedí que este caso de la señora Cardoso se ventilase aquí el día de hoy. Ella está representada por un abogado privado que no se puede encontrar aquí hoy porque no puede, pero sin embargo conversé con él y él sabe lo que vamos a hablar aquí. He hablado con el fiscal en Colorado y él accedió a que se le permita salir bajo fianza, pero que también se le asesore acerca de la próxima cita que ella tiene en el tribunal allá en Colorado.
Her next court date is April 16th, 2025 at 10 a.m.
La próxima cita que ella tiene ante aquel tribunal es el 16 de abril del 2025 a las 10 de la mañana.
The court in Colorado will permit her to appear via WebEx.
El tribunal en Colorado le permitirá a ella comparecer mediante WebEx.
An order with the WebEx address and the court date has been provided to corrections.
Una orden con la dirección de WebEx y en la hora de la cita se le ha sido entregada a las autoridades carcelarias.
And has also been served on her attorney, Mr. Gill.
Y también se le ha entregado al abogado de ella, el abogado Gil o Gil.
And also to note for the record, the reason that the Colorado prosecutor has taken this decision is because Ms. Cardoso is 7 months pregnant and has health issues related to transportation.
Y también quiero indicar para que conste en el acta que el motivo por el cual el fiscal en Colorado decidió aceptar este acuerdo o llegar a este acuerdo es porque la señora Cardoso tiene 7 meses de embarazo y tiene problemas además de transporte.
All right, so I understand all of that. First of all, do you understand what has just been said, Ms. Cardo Carvalho?
Señora Cardo Caraballo, ¿usted ha entendido todo lo que se ha dicho?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, so the status of this fugitive warrant, is that going to be quashed?
Not yet, Your Honor. The Colorado law enforcement will send the teletype once I confirm to the prosecutor that Ms. Cardoso has been advised of her next court date.
Entonces, ¿esta orden de búsqueda y captura será cancelada? No, no todavía, sino una vez que todo esto se acepte, yo le voy a mandar un teletipo al fiscal en Colorado indicándole lo que ha ocurrido.
No, I don't send the teletype.
No,
I
yo no
don't
envío el
send it.
teletipo.
The law enforcement in Colorado sends the teletype.
Las autoridades en Colorado envían el teletipo.
And then Ms. Cardoso's warrant will be quashed in the normal course.
Okay, but today,
Entonces, se cancelará la orden de búsqueda y captura contra la señora Cardoso, no, como esas cosas se hacen regularmente.
okay, but today, is that what you want? Because we need to clear this. She has a warrant. She's been given a new date, but you need to confirm all of this. So you want me to print it out on Monday and make sure that?
Correct. If she's released before Monday, then we'll quash the warrant on Monday.
So reset for March 24th in the morning, AM, Ray report. Okay.
Vamos a postergar esto hasta el día 24 de mayo, hasta en la mañana para un reporte acerca de lo que ha acontecido.
Ms. Carvalho, do you understand the date and time that you need to report in Colorado?
Señora Caraballo, ¿usted entiende la hora y la fecha en la que tiene que comparecer ante el tribunal en Colorado?
What?
The interpreter did not understand what was said, Judge.
Sí, entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, terrific. Print it on
Muy
Monday.
bien, magnífico.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Muy buena suerte para usted.
Tammy Fuller.
Yeah, for local groups, make their
También
phones.
can go.
Verify that.
You need to what? I'm sorry, that they've been closed?
Yeah.
Okay, corrections needed a clarification that Ms. Fuller's local cases have been closed.
Yes.
They have, okay?
Except for April 7th.
Oh, and I don't know. I am.
I'm sorry, reset April 7th. Okay. Everything's been. Kelvin is free.
Metro West Zoom number 4.
There we go. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Okay, let's see here.
The local percent from October 9th.
Okay. So your cases that you have locally, that we've been carrying this along, now been set for October, what did you say?
October 9th. Your Honor.
October 9th, so we need to set this right behind it and make sure. Okay, so let's reset this for report, October 10th. Make sure that it's closed and then you can be on your way. Good luck to you, sir. Next case is Michael Washington.
Metro West Zoom number 5.
Mr. Washington, there we go. How are you, sir?
All right, how are you?
Requesting a 3-day extension.
Okay. All right, Fulton County needs 3 more days to get you out of here, so apparently they're short on manpower, so I'm going to allow that. What's the, give me the 4th date then?
You want to reset for March 25th.
I do. All right, so let's just write this down.
So I have a question. Am I allowed to ask a question, Your Honor?
Yeah, sure.
You said 3 days. They're coming to get me in 3 days?
Right, they should have picked you up, but they're short in manpower, so they've asked for a 3-day extension, which is reasonable. So we're setting it for what date? 3? March 20th on Tuesday, so we're gonna put it back on calendar to make sure that you're already on.
So if they don't come within those 3 days, is there another, or are they allowed to ask for another extension?
Depends for the reason.
The 30th is April.
When is the 30th? So, okay, so they have up to 30 days, and I'm being told that's on April 5th, so they have until then. But we're trying to get you out of here as soon as possible, okay? So I'm setting this on calendar again for the 26th,
25th, yeah.
25th. So that's way before that, okay?
No
They
problem.
could start within 15, it could take 30, okay? All right,
No
good luck. Thomas Johnson.
Metro West Zoom number 6, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What's going on with your case?
Is local for separate January June 12th. We like to extend June 13th.
Okay, so with you, you have local priors, they're set for the June, what is it, 12th? And so we're gonna put you on calendar, because you can't leave until you close whatever cases you have here. So I'm setting you on report June 13th, the day after, to make sure that it's all closed and you're on your way, okay?
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
I have a question for you. That's
Go ahead.
all right.
Uh-huh.
I am well beyond my 90 days here. I was supposed to be released on October 25th of 24. The bond has been paid. Paley versus Buick had stated that the toll charges are tolled for the 90 days. It's been standing case law for the last 24 years. That 90 days has elapsed October 25th of 24. I violated my bail agreement with Mississippi. Florida was supposed to have had contacted Mississippi to have me immediately sent back. That portion of it has never happened. We're closing in on a whole entire year as of right now. I should have been released on my own recognizance no later than October 25th of 2024. The latest date for Mississippi to retrieve me was October 25th of 2024. They had asked on August 25th that they could extend the time frame for at least 60 days for them to come and retrieve me. That portion of it had never happened. So with it being told, I don't quite understand why I'm still being held here if my locals have already been bailed for the last almost 8 months now.
Your Honor.
Correct.
Defendant has an open local case. His 30 days for extradition, that clock does not start until he closes out his local case. As far as I understand, his next court date on that local case is June 12th. If he closes it out on June 12th and he's reset before this court for June 13th, that's when his 30 days starts.
That is incorrect, Your Honor. Paley versus Buick, 785 2D 681 in 2001 fairly states that regardless of local charges with an out-of-state warrant is tolled for 90 days. If it informs, and it goes right along with the Uniform Criminal Extradition Act, which states at max, the state has 90 days.
Mr. Johnson, I've heard your argument.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize.
No, that's fine. You have a right to the relief that you're seeking has been denied. The reasons that have been elaborated by the state. Okay, good luck to you, sir. Alden Bacchus.
Mention Zoom number 7, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Bacchus, yes. All right, this is also a waiver and it was locals. What are we doing here?
The way the honor is local are set for June 4th. We like to set June 13th.
Okay, your local is set for June 12th, sir. So I'm going to set you for report on June 13th, the following day to make sure that you're gone. Okay?
May I speak, Miss?
Yes, sure.
Would it be, because that his issue for bonding out? Because I was thinking about bonding out and seeing if they come get me earlier.
Sir, before they can come get you, you have to be able to close the cases here. And those are set for hearing on the 12th of June. So there's nothing else that I can do. All right, we're setting this for report the following day, June 13th, in the morning. Good luck to you, sir. All right, last, Damian Collazo.
On Zoom, Metro West number 8.
Good morning, Mr. Collazo. Do you speak English, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Señor,
The previously waived honor is local are set for May 22nd. We like to set May 23rd.
23rd? All right, heard. Your case is still open, so I'm going to reset for May 23rd, 2025 to make sure that it's closed and you're employed. Okay, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, that concludes the extradition calendar.
That's it. Thank you, Your Honor.
You. It's on page 14. All right, you call a case out of calendar, turn rather, on page 14. We have a private lawyer here. Let me see here. This is the case of Daniel Gomez de Rosa.
Your Honor, he's not here yet. We need to pass.
Okay. Are you going to waive his presence here? Because maybe the state can address the argument.
I want to make sure that they have the card because then otherwise.
Okay,
then that
so you want to
causes
wait.
an
Okay,
additional-
sure.
And counsel, I'm going to stipulate to a 3rd-degree felony. I'm okay with pretrial or a $2,500 bond.
But he was here and I had taken a look at the A form, but are you good with
As long as correct.
corrections is there? I can give you the instructions.
Right, but do they have his card? Because otherwise.
Oh, okay, that's a good question.
No, we do not have the card.
They did not, so we have to wait. Okay, so let's pass on this.
Yeah, on Zoom.
Oh, I see a gentleman here. I saw.
Judge, we have someone from the hospital on Zoom. It's the last case on the calendar. Can we take him out of turn?
The last one?
Yes, John Gianelli. He has 2 cases.
Yes.
And he's appearing from Ward D.
Okay, yes.
Hello.
Hi there. Hold on a second, let me just, because we had another one out of turn. Hold on, okay. These are the 2. Okay, yeah, these are case numbers of 25-5651 and 5627. All right, okay. All right, Mr. Gianelli, sir. Okay, let's see here. The PD's been appointed on this case, right? Or no?
Not yet, Judge. You could appoint the office of the public defender for Mr. Gianelli.
And one day before I was looking, all right, I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you, sir. On both.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me just advise on case number F55651. Looks like you're charged with one count of petty theft, 2 or more convictions occurring allegedly on March 10, 2025 in the vicinity of 14093 Southwest 88th Street in the Marshalls. In the other case, which is F255627, again, on March 18, another date, same incident or same offense, one count of petty theft, 2 or more convictions, that one taking place in the Home Depot located in 15750 Southwest 88th Street.
What was the other one? 149?
One was at the Marshalls, okay, 140.
Okay, all right, yes, ma'am.
All right, so now I'm here to take a look at the A form and finding a probable cause and address your bond status, okay? All right.
And ma'am?
Hold on a second, I just need to review this and then let me hear from your lawyer, if anything, all right?
I have no probable cause argument. Mr. Gianelli, can you afford any kind of bond?
No.
Have they told you how long you may be in the hospital for?
It says my anticipated discharge date is the 25th.
The 25th? Okay.
Yeah. Could I get ROR?
Mr. Gianelli, do you have a place to stay?
Yes.
So Judge, would you consider either releasing Mr. Gianelli on his own recognizance and we can give him a future court date? While we're here in court, we can ask the officer to write down the court date for him. He can appear on his own.
I have some serious medical issues I have to attend to, please.
Well, he doesn't have to have officers sitting in the hospital room with him all day, Judge, too.
He's got a lot of theft convictions. State's requesting a bond.
It's arrested again. He just did 364 days and the case closed in late 2022, beginning of almost 2023. And now he's got 2 new cases. So he's not an RR.
Would you consider then pretrial services, Judge?
Please. Just for medical issues.
Well, medical issues haven't stopped you from getting arrested.
I understand, ma'am.
So, where do you live, sir?
Huh?
Where do you live?
Camilla's house.
I'm sorry, where?
Camilla's.
Camilla's in here. Oh. All right, State, do you have any position on the pretrial?
Requesting a bond because of the criminal history. Pretrial services won't take place.
I would ask for TAP, Judge.
Okay. I'm setting bond at $250 on each case.
So what's that mean, man?
So $250 on F255627, and with a stay away order. You need, if you're able to post a bond, sir, you can't go anywhere near Marshalls and or Home Depot. The addresses have already. Okay.
How am I supposed to post a bond? They won't let me use the phone here with them.
I have no idea, but that's clear bond.
Mr. Gianelli, do you have anybody we can contact to see if they can post your bond?
My sister, please.
Do you have a phone number for your sister?
Yes, I do. 207.
207?
Yep, 449.
Okay.
2270.
2270?
Yes, ma'am.
And your sister's first name?
Marianne.
Marianne? Okay.
How much is the bond gonna be?
We'll reach out to your sister. Please
How
keep
much-
in touch with the public defender's office if your sister is able to post your bond so you don't miss your court date, okay?
How much is the bond?
Bond total is $500.
So I need $500 to get out?
With the bondsman, they usually charge about 10%. Might be about $100.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Mr. Amster on Zoom. I don't see him here. I saw him earlier, but I don't.
I'm promoting.
Okay. It's on page 10 of the.
That's for Jorge Diaz, number 28.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, good morning.
Morning.
Okay, you're here on Jorge Diaz.
I am. Yes.
Correction is passed. It's on page 10 of the calendar, number 28.
Mr. Diaz is present. He speaks English.
Right. Good morning, Mr. Diaz. We have a private attorney and Mr. Armstrong present. Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Armstrong on behalf of Mr. Diaz. Mr. Diaz, don't say anything about the case, okay?
I'm sorry?
He said, don't say anything about the case.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Mr. Diaz, you were arrested on, it looks like, for an offense occurring on March 20th, 2025 in the vicinity of Southwest 3rd Avenue, 8th Street for the following. 1 count of fleeing and eluding a police officer, 1 count of possession, armed possession of a controlled substance, 1 count of possession with intent to sell cannabis, and that is also armed, and 1 count of possession of a weapon while committing an offense. Oh, it goes on page 2, 1 count of possession of drugs. It looks like prescription. I'm not sure what that, have to look at and see what the proper name for that is. Tag not assigned, 1 count. 1 count of driving without a state license or when a license is suspended or revoked, and 1 count of failure to have a vehicle registration. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. I can tell you, obviously this was not his vehicle, but that's for another day. He's 23 years old, Your Honor. He lives with his mother in Atlanta, Georgia, and they have retained my office to represent him. So I can certainly assure the court that there'll be someone present each court date. And I don't believe he has any violent priors or anything similar.
So traffic stop, he's in a Lamborghini, flees from the police. He's got a suspended Georgia driver's license. They find a gun, a felony amount of cannabis, individually packaged, a scale, promethazine. They also find $17,400 consistent with sales. The defendant does have a non-extraditable warrant for battery out of Georgia.
As I said, Your Honor, it was not his car. Clearly was not his car. So I don't know what arguments there may be later on down the road, but I'm asking, I've spoken to his mom, and the family can afford something in the $15,000 range.
What's your position with regards to bond amount, state?
So I'll agree to an ROR on the use of a firearm in the commission of a felony because that's really encompassed in the armed possession charges. 1 second. And then the prescription drug without a prescription, that's also for the promethazine, so I'll agree to $1 on that one. But I believe that he's a potential flight risk because he's got no local ties and he fled from the police.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. He also had a significant amount of money. And I don't know what he's doing in that Lamborghini. So requesting no less than standard. Which may come up close to what Mr. Andrews
That's my thinking.
All right. Okay, with regards to count 1, 2,500. With regards to count 2 and 3, I have those as a secondary felony.
Because it's armed, yes. They're both second-degree felonies. That being said, Judge, I will say it looks like the promethazine, maybe it says residue.
But that's still a second-degree misdemeanor, so that,
Right.
we have 8 counts here. All right, count 1, $2,500. Counts 2 and 3, $7,500. Count 4, ROR. Count 5, $1.
Your Honor, the rest of the accounts are traffic. He's going to jail arraignment for those.
So that's traffic. Okay, that's way under. However, this is going to be a nebula with a nebula. Okay. So corrections, do you have that? One count,
Yes.
second and third, 7,500 are on the fourth and $1 on the fifth with a nebula. Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we have Mr. Daniel Gomez de Rosa.
One second. Let me just go here. Hold on one second. I'll be right with you. All right, what page was this gentleman on? This was on page 14. Okay.
Morning, Your Honor. Gus Simón,
Morning.
for Daniel Gomez de Rosa.
Okay. And you speak English, Mr. Gomez de Rosa?
Yes, I do.
All right. Okay, this was grand theft auto charged as a secondary felony and I state you were saying?
It's right. It should be a third. Standard bond is 2,500. He would qualify for a program or if council wants that, or just the bond is fine.
Yes, I think Mr. Russell will post the bond.
Okay, so bond is set at 2,500.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend, Judge.
Likewise. All right. Back on the calendar.
Your Honor, we have some that we need out of turn that are going to jail arraignment.
Okay, let me know which ones, what page.
Okay, page 7, number 18 on the calendar, Antonio Canty.
Page 7, Antonio Canty. Separated. Canty, C-A-N-T-E-Y. Page 7, number 18.
Give you this one.
This one? Are you on case here?
Yeah.
Are you here on case?
Yeah.
Okay. We're looking for your paperwork, sir. One moment. All right, I have it here, Mr. Antonio Canty, okay? All right, Mr. Canty, you are before the court, sir, because it appears that on May 14th, 2023, in the vicinity of 415 Northwest 9th Street, you're alleged to have committed the following offenses: burglary of an unoccupied dwelling, 1 count of criminal mischief, and 1 count of stalking. Alleged victim being Belkis Williams. Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you.
Judge, I think there's PC on everything, but this does date back to 23, and he's also got a DV warrant.
The DV warrant is open.
Your Honor, he's going for the DV warrant, right when he's done here.
Okay. And is the stalking related to that warrant?
It's unclear.
All right. All right, bond on the burglary is $7,500. Criminal mischief, $150. And the stalking, again, that would make a difference if he's got an open, let me just see here 1 second. Is there any way of knowing in the system who the alleged victim is on the DV case?
I can run him in the civil, in the clerk's website. Let me see.
While she's doing that, Mr. Tente, I need to explain something to you, that if you're able to post the bond, in this case, one of the conditions is that you cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim being Belkis Williams. You cannot engage in any criminal activity. You cannot use or possess any illegal drugs. You cannot use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, guns, weapons, or ammunition. And if you have any guns, weapons, or ammunition, you have to surrender them to the local police department and file a receipt with the court. You have to state you can't have any direct or indirect contact with Belkis Williams. That means no contact in person, in writing, by phone, through social media, or third persons. You must stay at least 500 feet away from her. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
To return to residence. Okay, I see here.
Right, so so he does have the open domestic violence case. There was a contempt hearing that's set. The warrant was issued. So it's the same victim.
It is the same one?
Yeah, Miss Williams, correct?
That's one.
Okay.
All right.
Which I think, okay.
This is a problem. Go ahead, man.
So perhaps add house arrest in addition to the bond to make sure that he stays away from her.
Judge, this is an incident from about 2 years ago that he's just now being arrested for.
Warrant on that case, and now he's alleged to be stalking that same victim. This is
That warrant was just issued, so it's not clear what the basis is for it. We don't have it, we can't view it, so I don't think we can assume anything about the warrant. And the judge at 11 o'clock is gonna address that warrant and make any determinations based upon whatever the allegations are independently, Judge.
all right. I'm setting bond on the third count at $1,000 with house arrest.
Judge, would that be level 3?
What levels?
1 is lockdown, 3 is roaming, and 2 is work, school, doctor's appointments.
Level 2. Pardon me? Plus bond, yes. I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear, yes.
And Your Honor, that's bond plus house arrest on all counts, correct?
Yes. Okay, good luck to you, sir. Any other out of turns, corrections?
Yes, Your Honor, we have number 36 on the calendar, page 12, Luis Perez Blasquez.
Got it. Oh, my gosh, you should have told me that I didn't know that. I saw the little papers, hold on. Oh, boy. There we go. Thank you. All right, on Perez Blasquez, page 12, number 36.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Interpreter present.
Likewise. Good to see you. Do you have an interpreter present? Yes? Okay. All right, Mr. Perez Blasquez, first of all, good morning, sir.
Señor Pérez Blasquez, primeramente, antes que nada, buenos días, caballero.
You are here before the court because it is alleged that on March 20th of 2025, you've committed the following offenses.
Usted se encuentra ante este tribunal porque se alega que el 20 de marzo del 2025 usted cometió los siguientes delitos.
One count of breach of a retail fuel dispenser.
Excuse me, a retail judge.
One count of a breach of a retail fuel dispenser.
Un cargo de quebrar un dispensador de gas, de combustible al detalle.
One count of grand theft in the third degree.
Un cargo de hurto mayor en tercer grado.
One count of scheme to defraud, organized fraud.
Un cargo de fraude organizado, un esquema para cometer estafa.
One count of possession of with an illegal of a vehicle with an illegal tank or container.
Un cargo de posesión de algún vehículo que tenía un tanque o un contenedor ilegal.
And one count of failure to have a vehicle registration.
Y un cargo de no tener la circulación del vehículo.
I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you, sir.
Le nombro caballero a los abogados de oficio para que lo representen.
Now we're going to address your bond status.
Ahora vamos a ventilar el tema de su fianza.
Any argument on this?
¿Algún argumento sobre esto?
Not with regard to probable cause, Judge.
No en relación a la suficiencia de indicios, jueza.
If you would consider a total of a $5,000 bond.
Si usted lo estima conveniente, una fianza total de $5,000.
State's requesting standard bond. He stole hundreds of dollars worth of gas.
La fiscalía pide la fianza estándar. Él se robó cientos de dólares de gasolina.
All right. I'm gonna set $2,000 bond on each of the 4 counts, so that's a total of $8,000. With stay where you are. Okay.
Voy a imponer una fianza de $2,000 en cada uno de los 4 cargos. En total, por tanto, su fianza son $8,000 y encima de eso expido una orden de alejamiento. Manténgase alejado de allí.
You can't go anywhere. This Wawa gas station located at 11102 Southwest 184th Street in Miami. You understand that, sir?
Usted no puede estar en ningún sitio cerca de esta tienda Wawa que queda ubicada en el 11102 Southwest de la calle 184 en Miami, Florida. ¿Usted comprende eso, caballero?
Good luck.
Yes. Muy buena suerte para usted.
Corrections, the next out of turn.
The next one is Damon Bendros, number 49 on the calendar, page 16.
Okay.
He's going to jail arraignment on his traffic cases, and he also has a domestic violence battery that he's going to at 11.
Okay. All right, let me find this one. Are these the, this is number 49. Page 16. This is Bendros. Terrific. Thank you. Oh, I did. Well, you are. Okay. He's only got one case, right? No.
Cases, Your Honor.
Okay, there's a motion for pretrial detention on this case. All right. Okay, so let me take a look at the A form. There's 2 A forms here. All right. In case number F255826. Okay, Bendros, it is alleged that on October 30th, 2024, in the vicinity of 1452 Northwest 111th Street in Miami, you committed the following offenses. 1 count of burglar with an assault and battery, which is a life felony, punishable by life. 1 count of battery domestic by strangulation, 3rd-degree felony. 1 count of aggravated battery, 2nd-degree felony. 1 count of criminal mischief more than $200 but less than 1,000, which is a 1st-degree misdemeanor, and 1 count of simple battery, which is a 1st-degree misdemeanor. The alleged victim in that case has initials AH. Okay. In case number F255812, it is alleged that on February 4th, 2025, in the vicinity of 1840 Northwest 70th Street, you committed the offense of burglary with an assault and battery therein, which is also an offense punishable by life. All right, the state of Florida and the alleged victim in that case also has initials AH. State of Florida has filed in both cases a motion for pretrial detention under Florida statute 907.041. Okay, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I'm going to be taking a look at the arrest affidavit and the motion, so bear with me and let me take a look at it and let your lawyer take a look at this as well. All right, ready? Any arguments?
Yes, Judge, on F255826, he's charged with aggravated battery. I would ask that you find no probable cause for aggravated battery. They just indicate a wooden stick, but they don't indicate size, dimension, anything of that nature. So it looks like it would just be a battery, and he's already charged with the battery in the last count, count 5. So I would ask for no probable cause for count 3. I am okay with $1.
All right. I've reviewed, I'm making probable cause on all counts. I've also reviewed the motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.041 subsection 5D in both cases, and I'm going to grant them. So he's going to be held no bond.
So Judge, that's only as to the burglary as an assault, with an assault or battery charges, if Your Honor would set a bond as other charges.
All right. And standard bonds, hold on a second, one by one. Okay, on count 2 in the 5826, okay, that is 7,500. Count 3 is 7,500. Count 4 is $500. And count 5 is $500. That's on the 5826. And then the other one is just one count, all right? And there's stay away orders entered in both of these cases. If you're able to post the bond, Mr. Bendros, you cannot go anywhere near the alleged victim with initials AH. That means no direct or indirect contact with her, not in person, through third parties, through phone or social media. You must stay at least 500 feet away from her. You also cannot engage in any illegal or criminal activity. You cannot use or possess any illegal drugs as part of the conditions of your release. And if you have any weapons or ammunition, you have to surrender that to the local police department and get a receipt and file with the court. Do you understand that in both cases?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck to you, sir. Okay, next case.
The next one is number 54 on the calendar, page 18, Alfred Walker.
Alfred Walker. Let's see, where's Walker even? I think this is Walker. Got it. Okay. Is this Mr. Walker?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, Mr. Walker, you are before the court, sir, because it is alleged that on March 20th of 2025 in the vicinity of Northwest 56th Street and Northwest 21st Avenue in Miami, you committed the offense of grand theft of a vehicle and driving while license suspended. Knowingly. Take a look. It should be a third. What
It
is
should
this?
be a third, yes.
Right, they overcharged, Judge.
This is marked as a first, but this is a third. Okay.
I would ask if you would consider pretrial services for Mr. Walker. He does live with his brother, Judge. He's been in the community all of his life.
Got an extensive criminal history as well.
The history is quite old, Judge. Looks like from 2010, 2009. Most of his stuff is pretty old. This is nonviolent.
He was just, there's a lot of no actions, a lot of arrests and no actions. He was just January this year for another grand theft, no action before then.
After the state reviewed it, they decided that.
I mean, it goes on. They've just all no action. Right? It's
Correct, Judge. They were just an allegation, and once the state reviewed it, they decided that there was no.
clear what no action means. Yeah. All right. Well, He doesn't have anything pending. Let me just see. I'm sorry? He does not qualify. Okay, I'm being told he doesn't qualify.
And then would you release him to TAP, Judge?
I'm gonna set standard bond and
He would qualify for TAP. Would you release him to TAP?
no, I'm setting bond at $2,500 in count one and $1. Actually,
The other case is not before you.
all right, $2,500. Next out of turn.
Number 57, page 19, Wilbur Wilcox.
Wilcox. Do you have a Wilcox, please? Oh, here we go. Yeah, all over the place. Who's the test manager? Okay, all right. Is this Mr. Wilcox, sir? Okay, good morning. And Mr. Wilcox, you're before the court because it is alleged, sir, that on November 30th, 2024, you committed the following offenses in the vicinity of 1781 Northwest 68th Terrace. 1 count of strong arm robbery, 1 count of false imprisonment, and 1 count of battery. The alleged victim being a Jacqueline Chappelle. Okay. Now, he has something else going on. It looks like, except for report, is it a DB? It looks like. Am I right? It
He's
looks
got
like
an
it's
open domestic violence case with the same victim. Allegations are that he went to her home in violation of an injunction.
but this is in 2024. I don't know what the date is. His date case looks like it's an M25.
Right, so that case is from February where he allegedly went to her house violating an injunction. State's requesting a bond plus house arrest.
All right. I'm finding probable cause on count one. I'm setting bond at $7,500.
Judge, would you consider any reduction? Mr. Wilcox lives on Social Security disability income.
Denied counsel. This
I signed up for a drill program. I signed my paperwork.
$5,000 count two, $500 count three with house arrest. Level two. I'll waive the cost and a stay away order. Mr. Wilcox, if you're able to post the bond, okay, it's important that you understand that you cannot engage in any criminal activity. You cannot use or possess any illegal drugs. You cannot possess any firearms or ammunition. If you have any, you have to surrender them to the local police department, get a receipt and file it with the court. You cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim in the case, which is Jacqueline Chappelle. You understand that? That means no contact in person, through third parties, through social media. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from her. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Excuse me, Your
Judge,
Honor.
would you set standard bond at least for count two? You doubled it.
Because it's with force. No, that's my finding. And apparently there's a history between these two people. So that's 7,500, 5,000, and 500. The stay away order, house arrest, level two waive costs. Good luck to you, sir. I'm sorry?
Is it plus bond or alternate?
No, plus bond. Who?
Plus. Rituals? You know what it's going back.
I can't. Can you hold on? Let me just a second. Is there any other ones that need to be called out of turn?
Yes, Your Honor, we have Larnell Limus, number 59.
Fifty.
I'm sorry, 58, page 19.
19, all right, got it. You're Mr. Linus? Yes?
Good morning.
Morning, sir. All right, let's see what we got here. This is an added charge, from what I understand, possession of a suspected THC oil, controlled substance, March 20th. Okay.
So it's 340 grams of THC oil. I believe he's being held no bond on a
Right.
VOP.
So the added charge is what, $2,500?
That's the standard.
Just, they're saying that there was a jacket. And this was in the passenger seat. In a
He was
blue jacket, Judge, in the rear of the passenger seat. So there's nothing indicating that a passenger didn't leave a jacket with some items in it that Mr. Limas wasn't aware of.
It says, if I'm reading correctly, the vehicle was registered to him. He was the only occupant in the vehicle, right?
So maybe that's a potential defense at trial, but there's probable cause.
Setting bond at 2,500. Okay, the other one. Okay, any others out of turn?
No, Your Honor, we can start with the calendar.
Okay, give me the one I owe you. Which page is that one? Page was this one? No, but I don't know what page. If I get the page, I can pull it out. One second, I'm trying to find another one that the clerk needs here. Bendrus. Bendross.
We did that one. That was the.
They need some. Okay, hold on. They just need some information on how we do that. Oh, gosh. You gotta wait on this one. I don't even have anything here. All right, moving to the first page, the calendar. Angelita Villarreal.
She bonded out, Your Honor.
Bond out. Next is Josephine Lee. Where's all the stuff here? Is
She
this?
also bonded out.
Okay. So this is a bond. Hold on to write it down. Bond up. Michelle Wilson. Is this Ms. Wilson? All right, good morning, ma'am. All right, you are charged with one count of battery on an elderly person over 65 years of age, occurring reportedly on March 20th, 2025, in the vicinity of 17890 Northeast 31st Court, number 3103 in Aventura. The alleged victim has initials J.O. Okay, I have appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I'll be looking at the arrest affidavit to take a see if there's probable cause and address your bond status. Okay. Did I miss the age on this?
No, Judge, there's no age. I would ask you to find probable cause for simple battery.
Okay. All right. $1,000. PCS to battery on.
And Judge, I would ask that you allow Miss Wilson to return one time to get her belongings with the police.
Okay, there's gonna be a stay away order entered, Ms. Wilson. One of the conditions to be released are that you not engage in any criminal activity, that you not use or possess any illegal drugs, that you don't use or possess any drugs. I'm sorry, firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunitions, and if you have any firearms or ammunitions or concealed weapons, you have to return, or any permits, you have to turn them into the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim in the case with initials J.O. What that means, no direct or indirect contact, not with third persons, not through phone or social media. You have to stay at least 100 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, or school or odd times. You may, however, be able to return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order, if accompanied by a police officer, okay, to retrieve your personal clothing, personal health items, medication, etc. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Good luck. Jeanette Jimenez Torres.
Bonded out.
Savannah Owens.
She's on felony bond.
That's in front of Judge Susan. My understanding is case number F252053. Thank you. Oh, there you are. I'm sorry, I didn't see you on this screen. Good morning. All right, Ms. Owens, we are here because it is alleged that on March 20th, 2025, in the vicinity of 10421 Southwest 150th Terrace, you committed the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Okay. The alleged victim being a person by the name of Malaysia Doris Coleman. All right, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let me take a look at the arrest affidavit to determine probable cause and your bond status. Okay. She should have a hold on case number F252053 until she appears in front of that judge. And on this case, I'm setting bond at $5,000 with a stay away order. That means, ma'am, you're able to post the bond on both of these cases. One of the conditions that you are prohibited from having any contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim in the case. Malaysia Coleman means no contact, direct or indirect, by writing, by phone, pager, fax, or with other persons, or social media. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from them. Do you understand? Yes? Okay. Good luck to you, ma'am. Shirley Aguirre. All right, this is a warrant. Yes. All right, do you speak English?
Yes.
All right, this is based on an arrest warrant. And the allegations are there are, count one is possession or use of fraudulent ID. And apparently 2 counts of forging or counterfeiting a doctor's certificate of examination. Hmm. Ma'am, do you work?
Not anymore.
Do you own any property? Any have any monies in the bank?
No,
You don't own, do you lease or you own a property?
I was renting. I was arrested in Kentucky for this warrant. And so I lost where I rent and I lost my job. So I'm back here in my permanent address in Miami.
Is that, you rent that place, the 6545 Southwest 30th Street?
No, that's my in-laws house, so I don't pay anything there.
Okay. All right. All right, I'm setting standard bond and all of these counts, $5,000 each.
Just actually standard bond is $2,500 each. We just said standard bond, 2,500 each.
So I think that was the standard bond when the judge signed the warrants.
It's 5, 5, and 5. Yes, I saw it here. That's what.
These are allegations from 2020, Judge. Would you do $2,500 each count?
She doesn't have anything, does she? Is there
Nothing I'm aware of.
Okay. All right, we'll do that. I'm gonna set bond in each $2,500. That's 2,500 count 1, 2,500 count 2, and 3 2,500. Okay. Sarah Cayenne. All right, ma'am. You speak English?
Yes.
Okay. You're charged with 1 count of child neglect, no great bodily harm, reportedly taking place on March 20th, 2025, in the vicinity of 944 Washington Avenue, which is the address you give. The alleged victim is a minor with initials AK, date of birth January 1st, 2017. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Take a look at the A form now. Is there any companion juvenile dependency case on this state that you're aware of?
It looks like DCF did take custody of the child, so I'm sure there'll be a hearing probably later today.
Okay. All right, I'll find probable cause. This is a form of neglect is what's alleged. I'm putting standard bond $2,500.
In terms of the stay away order, Judge, can Your Honor initial provision number 7?
Yes. Okay. So the conditions of her release, ma'am. You need to listen carefully. Are the conditions of release so that you not engage in any criminal activity? You cannot use or possess any illegal drugs. You're prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim, who's a minor with initials AK, okay, including contact in person and writing by phone or through social media or through third persons. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from that child. Okay? You also, in the event that this child or this victim is a child, which that is the case, and you and the child are the subject of a separate proceeding under the dependency provision, which is what I asked, okay? From the same set of facts as the instant case, then any and all orders of the dependency court related to contact, visitation, or custody shall supersede this order. So whatever they decide is what goes, all right? But until such time, no contact. Good luck. Odalis Fernandez.
The Spanish interpreter, please.
Interpreter present.
All right, good morning, Ms. Fernandez. My understanding is you have been charged with 1 count of battery on a person 65 years of age or older, occurring on March 20th of this year.
Buenos días, señor Hernández. Tengo entendido que a usted se le acusa de un cargo de agresión con toque o lesiones contra una persona que tiene 65 años de edad o más. Y eso ocurrió el 20 de marzo.
Okay, the alleged victim's name is Ramon Ochoa.
El nombre de la presunta víctima es Ramón Ochoa.
Okay, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you, and I'll be addressing your bond status momentarily.
Le he nombrado a los abogados de oficio para que la representen y ventilaré el tema de su fianza en un momento.
All right, I've reviewed the A form. There is probable cause for battery on a person over the age of 65.
He revisado la declaración jurada del arresto. Contiene suficientes indicios que justifican el arresto por el delito de agresión con toque o lesiones contra una persona que tiene 65 años de edad o más.
Okay. State, do you wish to be heard?
Right, no criminal history. There's probable cause, requesting a bond with a stay away order.
Judge, I would ask for pretrial services for Ms. Fernandez. She's
Not this kind of case, counsel.
Judge, she's 59 years old. She has no arrest history, and she indicated to the police that she was hit with a broom by the alleged victim. So it appears that the alleged victim was the aggressor in the incident, Judge. She can still talk to pretrial services, know her court dates, and still appear for court just as much as a bond judge. She's somebody who's never been in trouble before.
Su señoría ya no tiene antecedentes penales, no tiene, yo pido dice la fiscal que pide la fianza estándar, una orden de alejamiento. La abogada de la defensa pide que se le permita salir para servicios previos a juicio porque tiene 59 años de edad y porque ella alega, de acuerdo con lo que se indica en la documentación, que la presunta víctima le pegó con una escoba. Por tanto, ella ha sido víctima.
She has another place she can stay, Judge.
Y ella tiene otro lugar en el que se puede quedar, jueza.
I'm setting bond at $5,000 with a stay away order. That means if she is able to post the bond, she cannot have any contact or interact with the alleged victim, Ramon Ochoa. which means you have to stay away from him at least 500 feet from his home, place of employment, or school at all times. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Estoy fijando la fianza en $5,000 y además estoy dictando una orden de alejamiento. Eso significa, señora, que usted no puede tener ningún contacto con la presunta víctima Ramón Ochoa. Eso significa, señora, que no puede tener contacto con ella, sea directamente o indirectamente. ¿Usted comprende eso, señora?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you return one time, Judge, to get her belongings?
¿Puede regresar una vez, su señoría, para recobrar o recoger sus pertenencias?
Reported with police. Yes.
Siempre y cuando que venga escoltada por la policía, sí.
All right, good luck, ma'am. Next
Muy bien,
case,
señora, buena suerte.
Tyrone Sands on page 4.
Your Honor, he was on house arrest and was rearrested on this case.
Okay, so this is an added charge. What it says.
Yes, but he was on house arrest on the other case.
Was he actually released to house arrest corrections?
Yes.
Okay.
And he was on house arrest for what?
For a petty theft, 2 or more convictions. That was case number F255226.
Got it. And now this is F255794 for petty theft, 2 or more convictions. Alleged occurrence taking place on March 10th of this year at the Walgreens store at 7910 Northwest 27th Avenue. Okay. Appointing the public defender's office to represent.
So with his criminal history, I think a bond's appropriate. Another judge gave him house arrest. I don't know if Your Honor wants to do the house arrest on this as well, but if Your Honor looks, he's got a 60-day sentence from February 28th. I think a bond's appropriate.
Judge, this case predates the other arrest date. He was arrested on the other case 5742 on March 19th. This incident from March the 10th. I would ask if Your Honor if you would grant house arrest for Mr. Sands as an alternate to any bond.
Standard bond $2,500 with a stay away order. Mr. Sands, if you're able to post the bond, sir, you cannot go anywhere near Walgreens located at 7910 Northwest 27th Avenue. You understand that?
Only way to post my own have house arrest.
No, you have to post bond $2,500. You keep getting arrested. Good luck, sir. All right, Eric Babcock.
These are added charges.
Good morning, Ms. Babcock. Okay, you have here 2 added charges. It looks like secondhand dealer verification of ownership. No idea what that is. They said it's a 3rd-degree felony and dealing in stolen property. Let me just take a look at this. State, what's the correct
So it's
first set for the first count?
I think it's a false verification to a pawnbroker. And the count 2 is dealing in stolen property.
The others.
I think corrections, what bond was set yesterday?
It was 2,500 count 1, $1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 500 count 6, and 250 count 7 with a hold for F243026.
Oh, you know what? I'm looking at the wrong. We're on.
Eric Babcock, number 10.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was 7,500
Total?
total, 2,500 each.
In this case, would your honor do 2,500 each?
The other case is the 5742? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, got it. He has another count for dealing and stealing property. All right. $2,500 apiece, count one and count two. Sina Kaid. This is also added charges.
Yes.
Kaid, yes? Okay. There's two A forms here in 255827. Added charges, one count grand theft in the third degree. But there's no, what's the underlying case? Because there's no articulation as to the value of these items.
So in case 27, if you're honored to find PC for a second degree misdemeanor, set the bond at $150.
For the, that's the 5827.
Yes. On the other case, there's a value 800.
All right, so let's do the first, the 5827. So that's gonna be petty theft. And that'll be $250 bond on that one. Then on the 5807, let's see what this one says. Yeah, this one has it. All right, $2,500 count one, $2,500 count two. Love to you, sir. Page 5, this is Manuel Jimenez Perez.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Interpreter present.
Okay. Good morning, sir.
Buenos días, caballero.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
If you are before the court, let's see. Do you have two cases? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, he does. Okay. All right. In case number 255766, it looks like you're charged, sir, with one count of aggravated battery with a weapon, maybe fire, straight bodily harm.
Caballero, usted se encuentra ante el tribunal en relación al caso 255766, un caso de agresión con toque o lesiones y con agravantes, con un arma, infligió mucho daño corporal.
Okay, the alleged victim in the case is Gerald Duvenberg.
La presunta víctima en el caso es Darrell Duvinger.
And the state of Florida has filed a motion for pretrial detention under Florida statute 907.041 in that case. To hold you
En
no.
aquel caso, el estado de la Florida ha presentado una solicitud para que usted se le imponga medidas preventivas de detención pendiente el caso, de acuerdo con la ley de la Florida 907.041.
Judge, I would ask you to find no probable cause for great bodily injury. The police report just indicates that there was a laceration that needed evaluation, but there's nothing indicating what the evaluation determined with regard to the injury status.
Señoría, le pido que usted determine que no hay suficientes indicios que sustentan el alegato de que ha habido gran daño corporal. Se indica que ha habido alguna laceración que se iba a evaluar, pero no hay ninguna determinación de que determinó la evaluación.
But it would be on a handicap victim, which pushes it to an F1.
I mean, this
Pero
was,
sería con una persona que está impedida, que eso lo eleva a un F1.
I'm sorry, what did you say at the end? Madam State?
It would be on a handicapped victim, which pushes it to an F1.
Right.
¿Qué dijo usted, señora fiscal? Señoría, que sería una persona con impedimentos y eso es lo que lo eleva a un F1.
Okay. All right, on that case, I'm making a finding of probable cause as to a battery, aggravated battery upon a handicapped person. It's a whole lot of things. It's alleging great bodily harm, possible, not a firearm, a deadly weapon, and the fact that this individual, the victim, is allegedly handicapped and in a wheelchair. So I'm going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention.
Bueno, en aquel caso determino que hay suficientes indicios de agresión infligiendo daño corporal, gran daño corporal. La víctima se alega que es una persona que tiene impedimentos y que estaba en una silla de ruedas y si bien se usó un arma que no es un arma de fuego, es un arma mortífera.
And I'm going to enter an order, stay away order, that if he's able to post any kind of bond or have any kind of release, he is prohibited from having any contact, direct or indirect, to third persons or through social media. Must stay at least 500 feet from Gerald Dukenberg as part of the conditions of his release. Okay, that's
También estoy dictando una orden de alejamiento de que se logra colocar o pagar algún tipo de fianza y salir de alguna manera. Él está obligado a no tener ningún tipo de contacto directo o indirectamente a través de terceras partes o a través de medios sociales de el señor Dubinger.
all right. With regards to the other case, which is F255842, it's alleged that you served the offense of burglary of an occupied dwelling and domestic violence assault. The alleged victim being Eligua or Elidua, let me spell it, Elidya Rivera. On December 29th of 2024, in the vicinity of 1063 Northwest 3rd Street, Apartment 5 in Miami.
El otro caso, caballero, cuyo número es F235842, ahí se alega que usted cometió el delito de agresión con lesiones, con agravantes y además de allanamiento de morada sin ocupantes contra la vivienda de una persona cuyo nombre es Elidya Rivera, que está ubicada en el 1063 Northwest de la calle 3 en Miami.
All right, I'm appointed public defender. Let me take a look at the arrest affidavit.
Le nombro a los abogados de oficio para que lo representen y permítame mirar la declaración jurada que sustenta su arresto.
Make a finding of probable cause, set bond on count 1 at $7,500, count 2 at $250 with a stay away order. So I need you to listen carefully, Mr. Jimenez. Part of the conditions of your release, if you're able to post bond, is that you cannot engage in any criminal activity. You cannot use or possess any illegal drugs. You cannot purchase or possess any firearm, gun, weapons, or ammunition, and you must immediately surrender any of those weapons and permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. You're also prohibited from having any contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim in the case, who is Elidya Rivera, as I spelled previously, Elidya, including contact in person and writing in person or through social media. You must stay at least 500 feet away from this person. Do you understand that, sir?
Caballero, estoy determinando que hay suficientes indicios que sustentan ambos cargos. Su fianza en relación al primer cargo son $7,500 y en relación al segundo cargo son $250. Tenga presente las siguientes, lo siguiente que le voy a indicar, que son parte de las condiciones bajo las cuales se encuentra usted en libertad, pues en ese caso, condicional pendiente el juicio. En lo que usted está fuera, si sale, se le prohíbe inmiscuirse en actividades delictivas, no puede tener ni poseer ningún tipo de droga ilegal, ni usarlas, no puede tener ni poseer ningún tipo de arma de fuego, munición o permiso para portar armas escondidas. Y además se prohíbe que usted tenga contacto con la presunta víctima en ese caso, cuyo nombre anteriormente deletré, Lidia Rivera. No puede acercársele a ella a menos de 500 pies y no puede tener contacto con ella a través de terceros o de ninguna manera. ¿Usted comprende?
Comprendo.
I understand.
Good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte para usted, caballero.
Arthur Hudson,
He has an AC no bond.
I think he's out on bond in case number F 25260. Is that the one?
Yes, Your Honor, he has no bond on that one.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Hudson. You're before the court, sir, because it is alleged that on March 20th of this year, in the vicinity of 180 Drive in Sunny Isles, you committed the offense of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and loitering and prowling. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I'm going to be taking a look at this arrest affidavit for bond status. However, you're being held in case number F 25260 since you're out on bond in that case until you appear before that judge. All right. I've taken a look at the arrest affidavit in this case. I'm finding probable cause. I'm assessing bond at count 1, 7,500, and count 2, $100. Yerme John Amigo. Is that you, Mr. Hamidou?
Yes, Your Honor.
Morning. All right, sir. You are accused of having committed the offense of petty theft, 2 or more convictions on March 20th, 2025 at a Target store located at 3401 North Miami Avenue. I have appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I'm going to be taking a look at the arrest affidavit now to determine your bond status. Right, sir, I'm finding probable cause, setting bond at $2,500.
I would ask if you would consider the TAP program for Mr. Dan Himadou. He's currently homeless, Judge, and does not have funds for the bond.
We did 280 last year for multiple charges, including thefts, batteries. I'm sorry, including, yes, thefts, batteries.
It's got quite a record. $2,500 is the standard bond with a stay away order. Mr. Hamidou would be able to post bond. You can't go anywhere near the Target store located at 3401 North Miami Avenue. You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good luck to you, sir. John Hagdopoulos. Is that you, Mr. Hagdopoulos? Morning. You're alleged to have committed the offense of criminal mischief, $1,000 or more, which is a third-degree felony, misdemeanor assault, and misdemeanor petty theft on March 20th of 2025 in the CVS store located at 7400 Collins Avenue in Miami Beach. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you, sir, so that I can address your bond status. Let's see here. The alleged victim of the assault is a Ana Iglesias Marrero, and of course, the CVS store located in Collins Avenue. All right, I'm making probable causes to all counts. Assessing bond in count 1, $2,500, count 2, $250, count $350 with a stay away order. Sir, if you're able to post the bond, you cannot have any contact direct or indirect with Ana Iglesias Marrero, and you have to stay away from the CVS store or pharmacy located at 7400 Collins Avenue, Miami Beach. You understand that? Do you understand that, sir?
He said yes.
Yes, I understand.
Thank you. Good luck. I'm sorry.
You want to check the bondsman? Yes, two gentlemen that he's calling them, if possible.
I understand. Hold on a second. What is it that you need?
Yes, two gentlemen needs to bond out. We can take out insurance.
Okay, what pages are they in? Is it the same person? Okay, we need that. All right, corrections are being requested to pause 2 cases out of turn. Let me see if we have them. Page 7. This is a maybe Ozzy Spence. Number 20 on page 7. Is this Mr. Spence or is this other gentleman that they brought? I'm sorry. I'm being requested to call these out of turn.
Is this a private attorney, Judge, or?
This is a bondsman.
Oh, for the bonds. We have Mr. Spence, Judge.
How you doing?
Sir, all right, Mr. Spence, here we go. Okay, let's see. All right, Mr. Spence, you are accused of committing the offenses of false imprisonment and domestic violence battery on March 20th at the Dolphin Mall, located in 11401 Northwest 12th Street in Sweetwater, Florida. The alleged victim is a Brianna Bailey. Okay. Do you have a lawyer?
Not at the moment, ma'am.
No. Okay. Are you employed, sir?
No, ma'am.
Where do you live?
On Miramar, 6741 Southwest 27 Court, Miramar, Florida.
Okay. Do you have any bank accounts? Do you own any property?
Yeah, I have a bank account.
How much?
Say it again.
How much money in your bank account?
I know I got probably like $800 in my personal bank account.
Do you have any business bank accounts?
No, ma'am.
You don't own any property of value?
No, ma'am.
Who do you live with?
My mother.
All right, let me take a look at the arrest affidavit. I've appointed public defender's office to represent you. Sir, what is your name? Russell Smith. Do you wish to address the court?
No, his mother sent me here. Camille asked me,
Okay.
to go ahead and be here in her stead.
Okay. So there's no family member that you were sent by the parent, right? Okay, got it. Got it. Okay. All right. Well, any argument from either side? Agree with the form already.
No, Judge.
Okay, I'm gonna set bond and count one at $5,000 and count two at
The standard bond is 2,500.
Yeah, this is with force, so it's
That's the battery, Judge.
the shoving in the car.
That's the battery, yes.
Well, but so it's standard bond, no force is 2,500, for felonies with force is 5,000. So under this particular set of facts, there was force.
Setting bond on count one at $5,000. I'm setting bond on count two for $1,000. So his total bond is $6,000 with his day of the order. I need you to listen to me, Mr. Spence. One of the conditions, these are the conditions of your release if you're able to post the bond. You cannot engage in any criminal activity. You cannot use or possess any illegal drugs. You cannot use, purchase, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunitions. You must immediately surrender those firearms, ammunitions, or concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department if you have any, and get a receipt and file it with the court. You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the following persons: the victim, specifically Brianna Bailey, including contact in person and writing by telephone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through third persons. You must stay at least 500 feet away from her. Do you understand that? So you understand, do you have property, personal items belonging to you located at Miss Bailey's home address?
No, ma'am.
All right, so the rest is, all right. Good luck to you. Sir. There we go. Oh, you have another one? Okay, let me make sure I have the one. There we go. I think this is his. And then there we go. And this is next year. All right. All right, the bondsman has another person on page 18. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, this is Keith Ingraham. Number 53 on page 18.
Your Honor, he's not here yet. We need to pass him.
Thank you. We'll pass. And this one?
What else?
Okay, so let's pass on that one. Go back to the calendar. We were on page 6. Howard No.
Number 17, Your Honor, Benjamin Kears.
Pierce. Here we go. Is this Mr. Kears? Yes?
Your Honor, good morning.
Good morning, sir. All right, Mr. Kears, you are charged with having committed the offense of felony battery on July 26th of 2023. Okay, in the vicinity of 3605 Northwest 80th Street in Miami. And who's the victim? Because I have a stay where
I
blank.
don't have the victim's name, Judge.
We don't have the victim's name. Okay.
No.
All right, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let me take a look at the arrest affidavit, sir, and to determine your bond status, okay? All right, I'll make a finding of probable cause, setting bond of $5,000. I can't enter a state order because I don't have the name of it.
I understand, Judge. I'll make a note to get it in division.
Okay, good luck to you. Cover page 7, we have Josbert Mendiaparre.
It looks like a conveyance rather than a dwelling.
Okay. We're waiting for Mendiaparre. Josbert.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Interpreter present.
Morning. Is this Mr. Mendiaparre?
Buenos días. ¿Es usted el señor Mendiaparra?
Sí, buenos
Yes.
días. ¿Y qué
Good
Dios
morning.
nos bendiga?
Morning, sir. You're here because it is alleged that on March 20th of 2025, you committed the offense of attempted burglary of an unoccupied conveyance. It says dwelling, but it talks about vehicles. Go ahead.
Usted se encuentra aquí, caballero, porque se alega que el día 20 de marzo del 2025 usted perpetró el delito de allanamiento de un transporte sin ocupantes. Aquí dice que es una vivienda, pero se menciona un transporte.
I think I might have said occupied, but it's unoccupied. You could be right.
Quizás dije que era ocupado, pero en realidad aquí dice que no estaba ocupado.
The alleged victim being it looks like Miguel Exposito, and the property is located at 12401 West Okeechobee Road.
La presunta víctima es Maitel Espósito y la propiedad queda ubicada en el 12401 de la calle Okeechobee Oeste.
Okay. He doesn't, he has What I see are a series of contacts of the system, but everything culminated in no action and all cross, and he doesn't, this is not violent. I'm being told he qualifies for pretrial.
Observo que él ha tenido algunos roces con el sistema, pero todo ha sido archivado o ha sido, no ha terminado en ninguna condena, por tanto, parecería que él califica para servicios previos a juicio.
I would ask for pretrial services too.
I'm gonna order pretrial services all on $2,500 with a stay away order, sir.
Voy a ponerle una fianza, caballero, de $2,500 y voy además a ordenar que se le permita salir a cargo de servicios previos a juicio. También voy a dictar una orden de alejamiento.
Okay. You, just so you know, if you're able to go into the program, one of the conditions continues to be that you cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, with Mr. Michael Exposito. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from him, and you can't go anywhere near this property located at 12401 West Okeechobee Road in Hialeah Gardens. You understand that?
Si usted se le permite ingresar al programa, caballero, una de las condiciones es que usted le está prohibido tener cualquier contacto con este individuo, Michael Espósito, caballero, y tampoco puede acercársele a él a menos de 500 pies, ni a donde él esté, y tampoco puede acercarse a esta propiedad que queda ubicada en el 12401 de Okeechobee, de la calle Okeechobee Oeste. ¿Entiende?
Yo quiero decirle algo a la jueza.
I would like to tell the judge something.
I don't think you should make any comments. You have a lawyer. I've appointed the public defender's office. You can speak to your lawyer, and if she wants to say anything, she can say it to me directly, okay?
Le aconsejo que no diga nada. Usted tiene abogado, le he nombrado a los abogados de oficio para que lo representen. Cualquier cosa que usted quiera decir, dígasela a su abogada y si ella estima conveniente, ella me la dirá.
Okay. All right.
Muy
Good
bien.
luck. Good luck to you, sir.
Muy buena suerte para usted, caballero.
All right, next case is London Robinson on the bottom of page 7, top of page 8. Robinson. All right, is this Mr. Robinson?
Yeah, you're speaking with Mr. Robinson.
Good morning, sir. All right, you're here before the court because it's alleged that you committed an aggravated battery on a person 65 years old or older, and one count of simple battery. The alleged victims in this case are Danis Briceno, Briceno, and Pedro Maldonado. It is alleged that this incident occurred on March 20th of this year in the Ocean Bank located in Miami Beach. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I'm going to be taking a look at the arrest affidavit to make a finding of probable cause and determine the body status, okay? There's PC on both of these counts.
I'm not sure if count one is aggravated.
Correct, Judge. There's no indication of any.
The
Pardon?
Well, you have a person that's 65 years
So
of
it would
age
be a third-degree felony battery on the elderly.
who had the broken nose.
Looks like it's a third-degree felony, Judge. I agree with the state.
Let me just see, which one was the one with the broken nose?
Is that this case?
Did I miss? Hold on 1 second. It's a possibility. Hold on.
The defendant was the one who was in the hospital.
Okay. Yes. Looks good. Victim 2, minor bruising in neck area. Victim 1, defendant complained of it. He was the one. Okay, got it. Okay. So it's an F3 and then 1. Okay.
Right. Defendant's homeless. The form says he was born in Ohio. This is really violent. Victim's elderly, requesting a bond.
I'm gonna set bond at count 1, $5,000. Count 2 at $1,000 with a stay away order. Okay, Mr. Robinson, if you're able to post bond, sir, you need to stay away from both of these alleged victims. Okay, Mr. Robinson and Mr. Maldonado. That means at least 500 feet away from both of these people. You cannot contact them either through third persons directly, through email, social media. You can't have any contact with them. You understand that? Okay. All right. Good luck to you, sir. All right. The next case is Bruno DePuna.
Bond it out.
Wanda. Next case is Kevin Barrett.
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, please. One sec.
And he's on felony bond.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bart, sir, you're out on felony bond in 3 cases, which are F-25-4390, F-25-4394, and F-25-4409 in front of Judge Brinkley. So you'll be held no bond on those until you appear before that judge. On this case, it is alleged that on March 20th, in the vicinity of 81 Southwest 8th Street, you committed the offense of retail theft. Is this like grand theft? Right, I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you. I'm going to be taking a look at the arrest affidavit to see, and this is at Saks Fifth Avenue at 81 Southwest 8th Street to determine your bond status. Okay. Standard bond 2,500 with a stay away order. That means, sir, if you're able to post the bond and on all the other cases that you're out of bond, this case will have a $2,500 bond with a stay away order. Part of the conditions for your release is that you cannot have any contact. You have to stay away from Saks Fifth Avenue, which is located at 81 Southwest 8th Street. You understand that?
Yes. So I do have one.
Good luck to you, sir.
And Judge, we do have Mr. Ingram for the bondsman.
Okay, let's see. We got to switch gears here. Do we have the Renee? Do we have the paperwork for this gentleman?
It's on page 18.
On page 18. Thank you. Page 18. Okay, all right, let's be here. Is that you, Mr. Ingram?
Yes.
Yes, okay, good morning. Still,
Good
all
morning.
right, so you're here before the court because it's alleged that on March 15th of this year, in the vicinity of PNS Jewelry located at 7900 Northwest 27th Avenue in Miami, you committed the offense of dealing in stolen property and grand theft in the third degree. Okay. Do you work, sir?
Yes, well, part-time. Yes.
Okay, how much did you earn last year?
Well, I don't know, maybe a few $1,000s.
Okay, do you own any property of value? Do you own a home?
No, no, ma'am.
You don't own anything? What about money in the bank?
Well, I got a few, maybe a couple $100 in the bank, yes.
Okay. Where do you live?
2020 Northwest 69th Terrace.
And who do you live with?
My mother.
Do you pay any rent there?
No, I paid the bill. I paid light bills. Yes.
Okay. All right, you're here, sir, on who?
On Mr. Ingram's, he asked me to be here.
Who asked you?
Mr. Ingram's and his sister.
And his
They called us
sister.
last night, yes. Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, he says he doesn't own any property, so maybe the sister does. All right, let's take a look. I'm appointing the public defender's office based on his testimony, sworn testimony. Let me just take a look at the arrest affidavit. The last contact with the system stated looks like one goes back to 2018, right? So I know.
Right, he's got his bondsman here, so if your honor would set a bond, and it looks like the items that were pawned or taken in a home invasion robbery.
But he's not charged with that.
No, he's not.
I don't have a statewide order in this case. Did you?
I didn't do one because he's not charged with the robbery.
Just making sure that that was the case. All right, I'm going to Madam PD, do you wish to be heard at all? Because I haven't asked you. But I'm ready.
Judge, would you consider any reduction for count one? Would you do $5,000 for count one?
$5,000 count one, $2,500 count two. So that's a total of $7,500. Okay. All right. Thank you. Good luck. All right, back on page 8, we have who did we do that? We did Barrett. So we're at Thomas Scott. Do you, Mr. Scott? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Good
All right,
morning, Judge.
for the court, allegations that you committed violation of registration requirements for a sexual offender on March 20th of this year. Looks like vicinity of 1701 Northwest 87th Avenue. I've appointed the public defender's office representative on the table of the form.
These are allegations from December 2023 to October 2024.
Right, that's what the form said. And how many? Oh, there's 11 counts. That's what it is. There's 11 counts as part of this A form. Okay. Okay, let's see here. So these are the months. That's where they get the 11 counts. So we post a report supposedly every month from December 5th, 2023 through October 15th of 2024. Right. Any argument? Sounds pretty straightforward.
Judge, would you consider $1,000 bond per count?
Not for this type of offense. So I'm finding probable cause and counts 1 through 11, each will be $2,500. Next case on page 9 is Terrence Sims. For you, Mr. Simmons? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, how you doing?
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Simmons, you're charged with 1 count of petty theft, 2 more convictions supposedly occurring in the Walmart located at 5851 Northwest 177th Street on March 20th of 2025. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I'm now going to be taking a look at the arrest affidavit to see if there's probable cause and address your bond status, sir. A year ago. Actually, not a year ago. A couple of months ago. He did 35 days for the same thing. Bond is set at $2,500.
Would you consider, Mr. Simmons does not have the funds for $2,500 bond. He thinks he can make $1,000 bond maximum, Judge. Would you consider $1,000? He really hasn't had much, Judge, in
February, March.
Most of them are old.
3 months ago, he did 35 days for the same thing. $2,500 in a stay away order. Sir, if you're able to post the bond, you need to stay away from Walmart at 5851 Northwest 177th Street. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Next case is Jose Jones.
Coming up, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Well, there's 2 A forms on this. This Mr. Munoz?
Spanish interpreter, please.
¿Es usted el señor Muñoz? Yes.
All right, Mr. Munoz, I have 2 matters before the court. I have one, which is the first one, it's 25 F255813, in which it is alleged that on March 20th of 2025, you committed the offense of possession of crack cocaine, possession of MDMA, and resisting an officer without violence to his person. 2 counts.
Bueno, caballero, tengo 2 asuntos aquí ante mí que lo traen a este tribunal. El primero es el F25-5813, que dice que el día 20 de marzo del 2025 usted tenía cocaína en forma de piedra y tenía MDMA y que si usted se resistió contra un policía sin violencia.
All right, in case number 255814, it is alleged that you committed the offense of failure to a registration violation for a career criminal. Again, in March 20th of 2025.
Y en el caso 255814, se alega que usted no se registró como tenía que hacerlo por ser un delincuente de carrera. Y también eso ocurrió el día 20 de marzo del 2025.
Public Defender's Office to represent you, and
Le nombro a los abogados de la Defensoría Pública para que lo representen.
we're going to be addressing your bond status.
Ahora voy a ventilar el tema de la fianza de usted.
All right, in case number, the one ending in 5813, finding probable cause, on count one, 2,500, count two, 2,500, counts 3 and 4, $1.
En el caso que termine en 5813, determino que hay suficientes indicios que justifican la acción y le pongo fianza de $2,500 en el primer cargo, $2,500 en el cargo número 2 y en los cargos 3 y 4, $1 en cada cargo.
All right. Another case ending in 5814, standard bond 2,500.
En el caso que termine en 5814, la fianza estándar le impongo $2,500.
Good luck to you, Sue.
Caballero, muy buena suerte para usted.
Pablo Colango. Is this Mr. Cabango?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You're before the court in case number 255817. It's alleged that you committed the offense of petty theft, 2 or more convictions, which makes it a felony in the 3rd degree, and 1 count of trespass after warning in the vicinity of 888 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, on March 15th, 2025. It is also has a note here that you are out on felony bond in case number F252217 in front of Judge Lopez. So that is the case. You'll have a felony bond hold until you appear in front of that judge. In this case, I've appointed the new one, appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you, and I'm going to be taking a look at the erased affidavit to see about the probable cause and your bond. The alleged victim in this new case is CVS Pharmacy. All right, sir, I'm making finding of probable cause, setting bond count 1 at 2,500, count 2 at 500. With this daily order.
Judge, there's 2 counts of each charge.
Oh, wow, I didn't see that. You're right.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Hold on a second. Yes. It's incorrect. Count 1 is 2,500, count 2 is 2,500. Count 3 is 500. Count 4 is $1. Okay. Whatever you have to say, sir, say to your lawyer, because everything's being recorded.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're the gentleman, yes. Yes.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Devin Alexander, victim advocate for CVS in this case, for the record. Your Honor, I just wanted to let you know that this offender has hit this store particularly multiple times, as you just pointed out. The store would just request, I know that he has a felony bond, so I respect that, Your Honor, but we would just request a higher than standard bond. This offender has been kind of a pain in our side. So, you know, we just want to ensure that he is, you know, the community safe from him continuing to hit our store. But as I stated, I understand Your Honor has issued a felony no bond, but we'll defer to the court, but we would just ask for a higher than standard bond.
Every case, is it Mr. Alexander? First of all,
yes.
Thank you for taking your time to appear in court and let the court and the community know what's going on. Bonds are assessed on a one-on-one individual basis every case. I don't know what the history in other cases has been, what conditions of his previous release have been, but definitely a factor is the safety of the community and the type of crime that is being committed. I have, in so doing, put in standard bond. That's what the legislature has, unless I find that there's particular reason, such as violence and things of that nature, that would, and clearly he has a record, there's no question, and that's why he's got a no hold on the previous cases. Again, I don't know how he was and under what conditions he was out on those. Madam State, do you know what conditions of his release were? Because I'm not released, but let's look at it. So I've not decreased that. I've given him standard bond with a hold on the other case. Now the other judge is going to have to make a determination of what he or she may do in that case. But
Yes, ma'am. Understood.
let me just see under what conditions he was released.
So I have that at bond hearings, he was given a bond, but I don't know if that was changed in division.
Okay. You know, again, I can't speak for other jurists. I can tell you that, you know, this is a standard. There's fortunately no violence involved in this case. And I know that it doesn't make it any less significant is what I'm trying to say. It's just the category of factors that the court considers, and clearly, you know, under different circumstances, quite frankly, if he didn't have the no bond hold, he might be eligible for other alternatives that are not monetary bond. And I have consistently, when you have a history such as this, I do put in standard bond.
Yes, ma'am.
Non-monetary. And that doesn't mean that it may not call for it in case, but certainly it's a factor that I consider, and I have considered in this case. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your consideration, Your Honor. That's all we can ask for. I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day. All right. Raul Ruiz.
He bonded out, Your Honor.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Thank you. Right below it, Guillermo Lescano.
This is Mr. Lascano. He speaks English.
Okay, Mr. Lescano, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Hi.
For the court on a charge of cocaine possession with intent to use drug paraphernalia, supposedly occurring on March 20th of 2025 in the vicinity of 510 Southwest 4th Street, apartment number 3 in Miami. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let's see. We're going to take a look at your bond status. Just a moment. state you have any position on this?
He may qualify for pretrial, no objection.
Which I'm told that he does. Okay, so this will be pretrial services, and then the alternate bond will be count one, 2,500. Then count two, $100. Okay. Good luck. Top of page 11, we have Chris Chambers.
He's a violent felony offender of special concern. He's on probation.
Thank you. Yeah. Is it Mr. Chambers?
Yes, Judge.
Say you, sir? Okay. All right, good afternoon. Mr. Chambers, I see here that you are out on probation in case number F21568-3B in front of Judge Block, so you will have a no bond hold on that case until you appear before Judge Block. Okay. In this case, it is alleged that you have committed the following offenses, which are one count of kidnapping, armed kidnapping or with an aggravated battery, which is a life felony, one count of aggravated battery on a pregnant victim, one count of strong arm robbery, and one count of, actually there's more, one count of aggravated assault with a firearm, and one count of battery, domestic battery by strangulation. I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you in this case, in addition to which the state of Florida has filed a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute section 9070415D, asking to be held no bond on the life felony, okay, or felony of the first degree, which is one. Okay. The alleged victim in the case is Adelina Mitus, M-I-T-U-S. Any argument?
Yes, Judge, for count one, I would ask that you find probable cause for armed false imprisonment. This appears to be more of a false imprisonment situation than a kidnapping.
I disagree, Judge. I think there's PC on the kidnapping.
All right, I've reviewed the arrest affidavit. First and foremost, I'm making probable cause as to all counts. I am going to enter an order granting pretrial detention, bond, That's to count one. With regards to count two, I'm setting bond at 7,500. Count three, 7,500. Count four, 5,000. Count five, 5,000. If he's able to post any bond, he will be on the GPS monitoring, lockdown, total lockdown. And his daily order, which he cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, with Adelina Mitas. Has to turn over any firearms or ammunitions or concealed weapons that he has regarding firearms. No criminal activity, no illegal arms. Good luck to you, sir. I'm sorry, yes.
Clarification, it's house arrest level 1 plus part, correct?
Correct. In addition, they go together, and he's got a no bond hold in F21 5683B.
Thank you.
Right. Next case is Dustin Pinheiro. Is that Mr. Pinheiro, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Rather, charged with one count of possession of a controlled substance. Let me see what this one is. I haven't read the A form yet, but the second one is also as THC. So you have two counts. Percocet. Okay. He doesn't have any. I mean, he's got some contacts recently, but there were no action.
I think pretrial may take him. It's not a lot of drugs.
Would you take them? It's not violent, it's drug related. He has priors, but they're removed. How long have you lived, Mr. Pinheiro? How long have you lived in the South Florida area?
My whole life, ma'am.
Your whole life, okay. All right, I'm going to make the referral to pre-call services with alternate bond, 2,500 each count. Good luck to you, sir. Next case is Dyron Hernandez.
He has child support for a total cash purge of 2,500.
Is this Mr. Hernandez?
In Spanish? Spanish, please.
¿Es usted el señor Hernández? Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hernandez, you're before the court because it's alleged that you committed the offense of possession of suspect crystal meth.
Caballero, usted se encuentra ante el tribunal porque se alega que usted cometió el delito de posesión de cristal, de metadona, de metanfetamina en forma de cristal.
Okay, and possession of a stolen and fictitious driver's license.
Y tenencia de una licencia de conducir robada y ficticia.
Oh, this is somebody else. Okay. All right. Now, corrections, what did you say about child support?
Yeah, it was $2,500.
Cuestiones, ¿qué dijeron sobre la cuota alimenticia que él debe $2,500?
I would ask if you would consider pretrial for Mr. Hernandez, Judge. That way,
Señoría, le pido que tome en cuenta la posibilidad de servicios previos a juicio.
whatever funds he has, instead of paying a bondsman, he could pay toward the child support, Judge.
Los fondos de los que disponga él se los debe dar para cuota alimenticia en lugar de un fiador.
Guys, just got released pretty much. For grand theft and,
Acaba de salir por hurto mayor y
standard bond on both counts, 2,500. Count one and count.
fianza en ambos cargos son $2,500.
Good luck.
Buena suerte.
Antonio Melan.
Good afternoon.
I was listening to somebody calling my name and I thought that was from outside.
Is it Mr. Melan?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good afternoon, sir. You have two cases before this court. You have F-25 5834, in which case, let's see here, 5834. Okay, you are charged with one count of aggravated stalking. Okay, the alleged victim in that case being the person with initials AR. Okay. In case number F-25 5828, you are charged with one count of aggravated stalking and one count of violation of a domestic violence injunction. Same victim in both cases with initials AR. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I'm going to now be taking a look at your A forms and your history to address your bond status. State, this injunction that he's alleged to have violated, is this a family law related injunction? In other words, no family court?
I think it's domestic because this is their exes previously resided together.
Your Judge Espinosa. Elizabeth, yes, okay. Probably permanent injunction. Yep, it says it right there. Probably permanent injunction. No problem. So one was on February 23rd. You missed that one, 5828, February 23rd, 2025, and the other one was on March 6th, 2020. Both stalking aggravating. Okay. Sir, what do you do for a living?
Well, I'm retired right now, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, in case 5834, I would ask that you find probable cause for violation of a domestic violence injunction. And I would ask you to find no probable cause for count one in 5828.
So it's I was trying to understand that argument. So it looks like there's a course of contact and it's after an injunction, so I think it is stalking.
That would be the violation of a domestic violence.
Oh, so that's like a lesser you're saying in 2-8?
In both, yes. Just one misdemeanor each case.
I think it should be one felony in each case.
It qualifies under the definition of stalking. I'm going to In case number, the one ending in 5834, I'm gonna make a finding of probable cause as to the stalking. I'm gonna put a $5,000 bond. Actually,
We're gonna set standard but add house arrest to make sure he stays away from her.
Judge, standard would be 2,500. This is not a violent charge.
well, I don't have the benefit of the permanent injunction pleadings, but I suspect it did. Okay.
But Judge, these are allegations of singing on a phone message, and the other allegation is driving by. Those are not violent acts. I would ask that at a minimum, you set a standard bond, Judge.
That's why we have injunctions for, so that they don't go anywhere near them. And it appears on the face of these instruments here that within a matter of less than 2 weeks, he has violated, or appears purportedly it is alleged that he's violated a permanent injunction by calling and then ending up doing what it's alleged to have done. So that qualifies for stalking. Now, what I was getting at, which I haven't been able to continue my thoughts, is that I am going to not impose $5,000 bond. It's going to be $2,500 bond. This is on case number 5834. Okay, with GPS total lockdown. He's not leaving his home. Okay, he's retired. Hopefully, he won't use the phone either when it relates to the alleged victim with initials AR. Okay, so $2,500. That's that. With case number 255828, same thing, 2,500. Count one, and the other one is assault. So I'm gonna. What is the
Maybe $1 with house arrest on count 2, because it's a
Oh,
lesser of count 1.
It is a lesser, so it's not a ROR, it's just $1.
It's
You guys,
fine.
ROR?
Either one, Judge. Whatever
ROR
you want.
is down to, and that's also, there's also on a GPS on that one too.
Judge, would you consider level 3? That way they would know where he's at 24 hours a day.
I asked him, within 2 weeks, there's alleged 2 violations. How long is it gonna take? No. Total lockdown.
Your account 2 was ROR?
Yes. Sir, part of the conditions of your release are the following. Listen very carefully. You can't engage in any criminal activity. Please don't contact this person anymore. By phone, pager, third persons, forget it. You have a permanent injunction in place. You're going to go to state prison for this if you keep this up. It's not worth it, okay? You cannot use or possess any illegal drugs. You can't have, purchase, possess, or carry any firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. If you have any of these for a permit, you have to surrender it to the police office, to the police station, and get a receipt. You've already been told about this, part of the injunction. I'm telling you again. You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the victim with initials AR, okay? Including contact in person, in writing, by phone, social media, okay, or through third persons. Do you understand that? You have to stay 500 feet at least away. So if you go into a place and you see the person, you gotta walk in the opposite direction. You understand that?
I understand, Your Honor.
Please, it's not worth it. Pardon me? Plus bond, yes, it's bond plus the house arrest. Good luck. All right, moving on page 12, we have Brandon Atwell. This is Mr. Atwell.
He's a federal inmate, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Okay, so there's a couple of things here. You just. Okay. All right, so this is on a warrant. Okay, sir, so you are here. It looks like an arrest warrant. for armed robbery with a firearm with no bond. Okay. Bear with me because I'm reading. There's a lot of paperwork on it. This offense allegedly took place on June 16th of 2023 in the vicinity of Northeast Miami Place and Northeast 16th Street in Miami, Florida. Okay. The alleged victim or victim. How many counts of this? 2?
He was just charged with 1, but there's 2 victims.
There's 2 victims. Okay. All right. So the alleged victims are Angelo Yarrow and Manny Perdomo. Okay. The state has also filed a motion for pretrial detention under Florida Statute 907.041. You said he was a federal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Any comments? I'm ready to go.
No, Judge.
All right, I reviewed all the documentation. I'm going to make a finding of probable cause. He will be held no bond. The court is entering an order granting pretrial detention. Sign that one, and there's a stay away order. Mr. Atwell, you need to understand that if for whatever reason, somewhere down the line, you are granted bond or release, one of the conditions of any release are that you cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, with these 2 alleged victims, Angelo Hero and Manny Perdomo. You need to stay at least 500 feet away from them. Do you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good luck to you, sir. All right, Michael Figueroa.
He's a violent felony offender of special concern. He has a probation warrant, no bond.
What's the case number that he's on probation for?
It's F22-18193.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Figueroa, good afternoon, sir. You're here before the court because it is alleged that on March 3rd of 2025, in the vicinity of 13040 Southwest 69th Court in Pinecrest, you committed the offense of false imprisonment and a simple battery. Alleged victims in the case or victim are person with the initials IP. Okay, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you, and I'm going to be reviewing the arrest affidavit to make a finding of probable cause and to determine your bond status. However, you will be held no bond in case number F22-18193 until you're before that court, that judge. Okay. Do you work, sir?
No, Judge, he's currently homeless.
Supposed to be on the louder side.
State?
State's requesting a $50,000 bond based upon the facts of this case, as well as criminal history.
That's as well as I didn't hear you.
His
Trillo.
criminal history.
He's on probation for. Well,
He's on probation for burglary, criminal mischief, grand theft. I see a prior conviction for aggravated battery, fleeing and eluding. It looks like that was upon revocation of probation. At the time of this incident, he had a probation warrant and he was arrested in Palm Beach County.
all right, I'm going to go ahead and set bond on count one at $5,000, count two at $1,000, but he's gonna be on a GPS monitoring device. Total lockdown. With a stay with.
He's homeless, so that would be an impossibility, Judge.
They can't monitor him while they're in a shelter? I don't know.
The judge, this incident was caught on camera. I know the entire community in Pinecrest was, terrified because it took a while to identify and apprehend the subject. This woman was just walking her dog.
Very concerning that you can't, if he's homeless, you can't monitor.
We're trying to increase the bonds. Realistically, he's got a no bond hold on the probation matter.
That, again. All right, then let's rethink this. I'm gonna set bond at $15,000. Count one, count two, 1,000, okay? With stay order. Straight bond, yes. Mr. Hernandez, you can't have any contact, direct or indirect, with this victim, okay? And you need to stay away from this area. All right. Sus Rodriguez. Is this Mr. Rodriguez? Do you speak English?
I'm the victim, and
I can't hear him. Can you speak English?
Yes, he speaks English.
Okay, terrific. All right. Mr. Rodriguez, you are before the court because it's alleged that you committed the offense of aggravated assault on a person 65 years of age or older, or with a deadly weapon. And this supposedly occurred on March 20th of this year in the vicinity of West 16th Avenue and 42nd Place in Hialeah. The alleged victim's name is Jose Sardinas. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you, and I'm going to be taking a look at your arrest affidavit for determining bond status. He's not on any kind of supervision, has a long record, but Right, finding probable cause.
Judge, there's no age that I see unless I missed it. I see
I
no,
didn't see it either, so aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
be a third-degree felony.
Setting bond of $5,000 with a stay away order. Sir, you cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, with Jose Sardinas. You understand that? Or anywhere near the vicinity of West 16th Avenue and 42nd.
5 days before he stabbed me.
Pardon me? What'd you say? They muted him.
He wants to talk about the facts of the case, Judge. I just let him know it's not a good idea right now.
Man.
He's a little upset. Okay, have to stay away from him at least 500 feet away. You can't have direct or indirect contact with this person. You understand that? Yes? Okay. All right. Mhm. Okay, we did Doc Brewster. We did Doc Brewster? No, we didn't. Okay, Doc Brewster.
He's a violent felony offender of special concern. He's on probation. Case number F252299.
He refused, Judge.
He's
I'm okay waiving his presence if you are, and we can have it set in division on Monday.
right. He refused yesterday as well.
So what are we doing with this?
So if you're gonna just set the bonds, and I'll make a note to have the stay away order read in division on Monday.
Okay. He's gonna have a probation hold in 252299. Okay. Count one, $5,000, count two, $100, count three, $500, and I can't read the stay away order. He's not there, so have it read in division, okay? Go ahead, Vera. Vera.
Mr. Barrett, present, he speaks English and Spanish. What do you prefer?
English.
English is fine.
He just. No? Okay, all right. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Vera. You were accused of being in possession of suspect crystal meth, which is a third-degree felony, on March 20th, 2025, near the vicinity of 131 West Okeechobee Road. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. He's homeless, so he doesn't qualify for free trial services.
So then maybe tap.
Well, he doesn't have any, I don't think he has any priors, right?
There's nothing I'm aware of.
All right, do we have anybody here from TAP? What do we do when there's a referral? So do I give it a return date on TAP?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the return date on TAP? Okay, so hold on. 20 what? At what time? Do they have a time? All right, I'm gonna refer him to TAP. Return date, I guess it will appear on calendar on April 21st, 2025. Alternate bond is $2,500, okay?
We have a courtroom number for Judge Oldfield.
I have 6-2 on my paperwork.
Thank you.
Where do you want this?
Right.
So he's to go to courtroom what? 6-2? Okay. You got that, Mr. Vera?
Thank you so much. Yes.
But you need to listen to make sure they understand on April 21st at 9 a.m. You need to be in courtroom 6-2. Got that?
Judge, I'm providing that to him on a paper, so he has it.
Excuse me, Your Honor, there is a new interpreter who is replacing me. Thank you so much. This interpreter withdraws. Thank you.
Services, sir. Madam Interpreter, have you been sworn?
I have Judge Xochitl Ortiz.
Thank you. All right, Orlando Romero. This one does not require you. Mr. Romero.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Yo seré su intérprete, señor.
All right, Mr. Romero, good afternoon, first of all. It is alleged that you committed the offense of resisting an officer without violence to his person.
Buenos días, primero que nada. Se alega aquí que usted cometió el delito de resistir a la autoridad sin violencia.
With a firearm? I think it's because this is a secondary felony, so.
Con arma de fuego, creo, por eso.
Just looking at what.
Unless I missed it, I think it's just a misdemeanor.
Oh, he said, yeah. I mean, this supposedly occurred on March 20th in Northwest 58th Street and Northwest 97th Avenue in Doral. Let me read this.
Creo que es solo un delito menor, dice la fiscal. La juez dice, esto ocurrió el 20 de marzo en la calle es Northwest 58 calle con Northwest 97 avenida. Deje repasar esto.
Yeah, because unless it was an add-on, then an added charge would be a misdemeanor. I don't see it.
I think it's a misdemeanor.
No lo
resisting
veo.
without.
Okay.
Creo que es un delito menor resistir a la autoridad sin violencia.
I mean, he doesn't have any priors.
No tiene antecedentes.
Pre-trial should take him.
Okay, we're doing pre-trial. All right, so pre-trial services,
¿Va a poder salir a través del programa?
alternate bonds. $100.
How much, Judge?
100.
Sorry. No. ¿Va a poder salir a través del programa o alternativamente una fianza de $100?
Judge, would you consider an ROR? I mean, he stayed overnight. An officer charged him with a second-degree felony, so he wouldn't be able to get out of jail on something that
you know what? Let me
given a post a bond on already, Judge.
Pues consideraría dejarlo salir bajo palabra de honor. Lo acusaron de un delito mayor segundo grado, no pudo salir de la cárcel. De lo contrario, si hubiera sido algo fuera de eso, delito menor, hubiera podido salir.
Mr. Romero, where do you live?
Señor Romero, ¿usted dónde vive?
En el Doral.
En Doral.
What's your address?
¿Cuál es su dirección, señor?
The one stated on the paper, 10795 Northwest 50th Street, apartment 303, Doral, Florida 33178.
How long have you lived there?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva viviendo ahí?
I've been living there for over 6 years. Well,
Okay.
close to 6 years now.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so the community much longer, right?
I'm sorry?
And-
Yeah, in the community much longer. I've been here in the States for over 25 years. Actually, more than that.
Trying to help you here. Okay?
Estamos tratando de ayudarle aquí, ¿ok?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to ROR you.
Voy a dejarlo salir bajo palabra de honor.
Okay, just make sure that's why I asked you that you get your mail, that you check the mail, because you're going to have a notice to appear. That's
Es
all.
por eso que le pregunté su dirección, porque va a tener que para asegurarme usted que usted reciba y revise su correo, porque va a recibir el aviso futuro por correo.
All right.
Thank you.
Yusneil Gonzalez Godoy. Mr. Godoy, do you speak English, sir?
Spanish, please.
¿Yo seré su intérprete?
Sí, español.
Okay, we're ready? I'm sorry, I was waiting. Madam Interpreter,
¿Listos? Yeah, I'm here, Judge.
okay, tell Mr. Gonzalez Godoy that he is charged one count of battery plus strangulation occurring on March 20th this year.
Señor, usted se le acusa de un cargo de agresión física por estrangulamiento. Esto ocurrió el 20 de marzo de este año.
All right, the alleged victim is Cynthia Morin.
La presunta víctima es Cynthia Morin.
Okay, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent this matter
Voy a nombrar a los abogados de oficio que lo representen en este caso.
and take a look at the facts to see what your bond status is.
Deje repasar los hechos de este caso para ver cuál va a ser su estatus de fianza.
Okay, well. Making a finding of probable cause. Bond is set at $5,000.
Hallo qué motivo fundado, la fianza se fija en $5,000.
Stay away order.
Orden de alejamiento.
All right, so it means that if you're able to post a bond, you cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, with Cynthia Morin.
Significa que si usted, orden de alejamiento, significa que si usted logra pagar su fianza, no puede tener ningún contacto directo ni indirecto con la señora Morin.
You have to stay at least 500 feet away from her.
Tiene que permanecer por lo menos 500 pies alejado de ella.
Do you have any personal belongings in the home that you shared with her?
¿Tiene pertenencias en la casa que compartía con ella?
Okay.
Carro y mi ropa.
¿Cómo?
El carro mío y mi ropa, pero tengo a alguien que me la puede recoger.
My car and my clothes, but I've got someone who can pick them up.
You can return to the residence provided you go with accompanied by a police officer.
Usted puede regresar a la residencia siempre y cuando vaya acompañado por un agente de policía.
You know, once in order to retrieve your personal items, okay?
Y solo puede ir una vez acompañada por la policía con el propósito de sacar sus pertenencias, ¿ok?
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Next case, Jorge Delgadillo.
Delgadillo, Martinez, bond out?
Yeah.
Next is Gregory Arrington.
He also bonded out, Your Honor.
Okay. Zeniel Cabrera.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. Good day.
He's on felony bond.
And Judge, he indicates he has a private attorney, Jorge Vieira.
Who's your attorney, sir?
Jorge Vieira, ma'am.
Does he know you're here?
Yes, I talked to my mom and to let him know because I don't have his phone number. He's not there.
Reset it for the afternoon.
We can do that. Just reset in the afternoon, but somebody, you know, what is the first name of your lawyer?
George Vieira.
I'll send him, I can send him an email.
Okay, perfect. So reset for the PM. All right, we'll wait for. This is PM. Okay. Yes. Yes.
And the jury want to reset PM.
Yeah, right there. No, only one.
Right now, second one. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, there we go. Okay. Next case is Alroy Rodriguez.
He's a private attorney, Mr. Moat. I'm promoting. He's rejoining. Mr. Moat's rejoining.
He has a probation warrant, no bond.
Good morning, Your Honor. Excuse me, Attorney Thomas Moat. Can Your Honor hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
All
There
right.
we go. Now I can.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. All right.
Yes, Your Honor, with regards to Mr. Rodriguez, I understand he has a probation violation pending. I would ask the court to set the standard bond on the new the new case that came through, Judge.
Okay. I'm just making a note on that. All right, he's charged with one count of possession of a firearm or ammunition by a convicted felon, one count of possession of cannabis more than 20 grams, and one count of possession of THC, controlled substance. So that's one.
Yes, Judge, I reviewed the arrest affidavit in this case, and I don't have a probable cause argument at this time. So I would ask the court to set the standard bond. There's no circumstance of any sort of prior failure to appear by Mr. Rodriguez in any of the cases. And I don't believe that the affidavit for violation of probation, although I haven't seen it, I don't think that there's an allegation of any absconding.
Right. Okay, so he's going to have that hold until he goes in front of Judge Block. That's the case where it finds itself. On this case, I'm going to set standard bond on count 1 at 7,500. I'm sorry, hold on this. Yes. On count 2, it's 2,500, and on count 3, 2,500. Okay. All right.
Thank you for your time, Your Honor.
Good luck. Terrell Arnold.
He's on probation.
Mr. Arnold, good afternoon, sir. All right, you're on probation in case number F24-11862. So there's going to be a hold on that case for you until you appear before that judge. Just write this down. Okay, on this case, sir, it is alleged that you committed the offense of unlawful possession of 5 or more identities, or identifying cards, I guess, for lack of a better word, which is a 3rd-degree felony. 1 count of possession of prescription medication without a prescription, and 1 count of possession of cannabis, 20 grams or less. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let me take a look at the safe form. These school tents will get you in trouble all the time. All right. Okay, count 1, 2,500, count 2, $100, count 3, $100. And he's got a hold in F24-11862. Good luck, sir. Delton Clark Harris. Is that you, Mr. Clark?
Yes, it is. Yes, ma'am.
Afternoon, sir. My understanding is, you are alleged to have committed the offense of attempted use of the anti-shopping device. One count of criminal mischief of $1,000 or more, and one count of loitering and prowling. All of this at Dick's Sporting Goods at 7239 North Kendall Drive in Miami on March 20th of 2025. I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I'm not going to take a look at the uniform and see what probable cause there is and address your bond status.
I think it should be just one anti-shoplifting device, so it'd be an ROR on 2 through 17.
I agree.
He doesn't have anything open, right?
Nothing open.
All right, so count 1, 2,500. Count 2, 3, 17, ROR. Count, it would then be count 18. $2,500. Count 19, $1. And it's a stay away order from Dick's Sporting Goods. Don't go anywhere near there, sir. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Dios Santos, Alemán.
Bonded out, Your Honor.
Asmani. Osmani Almaguer.
He has an AC no bond and he has a hold for immigration.
Okay. Is this Mr. Almaguer?
Yes, it's me.
All right. Mr. Almaguer, you have a couple of things before the court. So first and foremost, you're out on bond in case number F24 8695. No bond on that one until you appear before that judge. On this one, you are charged, or it is alleged, that you committed the offense of battery by strangulation. The alleged victim being Yayo Perez. Okay. One count of battery on a law enforcement officer, police officer, or firefighter. One count of resisting an officer with violence to his person. One count of depriving an officer as means of protection or attempted to, and one count of trespass after warning. I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Now take a look at the arrest affidavit and make your findings of probable cause. And you also have an ice bill, I'm being told. Okay.
Judge, I think the battery by strangulation is on an officer.
Is what, I'm sorry?
On a police officer.
Oh, okay. Well, then is that this lady Perez? Is that the police
She may
officer?
just be she's listed as the victim, but I think she may just be the representative from CVS.
Okay. All right. Let me just see here. Let me read. Okay. Yeah, it might be a rep because it says here it's an Officer Hernandez
Yes.
that was grabbed by the neck. Okay. All right. Yeah. Been several. Okay. I'm making a finding of, we have another interpreter, finding of probable cause as to all counts. First count, $7,500 bond, second count, 5,000, third count, 5,000, fourth count, 1,000, fifth count, 500. No bond holding F248695 and also an ISO. And I'm entering an order, stay away order, sir, if you're able to postpone to be released. Can't have any contact with the Lady Perez, representative appears for CVS, or go anywhere near CVS Pharmacy located at 1177 Southwest 8th Street. Good luck to you, sir. David Caballero.
David Caballero is a bond out.
Eddie Ramsey.
Mr. Ramsey is present.
He has two fugitive hold, from Broward, no bond.
From Broward.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Ramsey, you're here before the court on one count of possession of a controlled substance, MDMA, occurring on March 20th in the vicinity of Northwest 55th Terrace and Northwest 17th Avenue. $2,500 bond. Next case is now Linus. We did that one, right? So I need Jerry.
We did that one, Your Honor.
Jerry Corral.
He refused court.
It's an added charge, Ms. Corey. You want to waive his presence?
Yes, we'll waive his presence.
Petty theft, two or more convictions. $2,500. I can't enter the stay away order.
I understand, Judge.
All right. Is there anything else left in this time?
I think we're done.
I think we're done. All right. What time do you want to return for the afternoon calendar? Corrections?
$2:30, Your Honor.
An hour and a half.
Is that fine with everybody? Okay, I'm getting a pretty please here. So we're good? Is it calendar? Oh, no.
Okay, 2:30.
He agrees to 2:30, I'm fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You want to? See, we're split here. All right. Corrections, you said 2:30?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, 2:30 it is.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Ready?
All rise, raise your right hand.
Todo el mundo de pie, levanten su mano derecha.
Can they hear you?
Can you guys hear me? TGK?
Hmm. Hmm.
Hello? Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I got it.
Right.
All rise, raise your right hand.
Todos de pie, levanten la mano derecha.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm just taking my cord.
Yeah. Can everybody, there we go. There we go. Delayed.
Good afternoon, everybody. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
Juro, prometen que la declaración que van a presentar va a ser la verdad, solamente la verdad. Digan que sí.
Sir Interpreter, have you been sworn in today?
Not this afternoon.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear that you will well and faithfully interpret from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, the questions asked and answers given to the best of your ability, and then you have such ability?
I do, David Barron, certified court interpreter.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Judge Espinosa Dennis. I will be presiding over this afternoon's felony bond hearings. For purposes of the housekeeping, my understanding is each of you have heard a tape which has been played. I will be appointing the public defender's office on all cases unless otherwise noted. I would like the state and the defense to please state your appearances for the record.
Nessa F on behalf of the state.
Rebecca Corey, Assistant Public Defender. Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I'm going to call a case out of turn, and this will probably be the only one to call out of turn, so we can move this swiftly. This is the case of Alejandro Vidales Martinez. This is on page 14 of the legal calendar. Oh, 4, I'm sorry, 4. Being correct. Proper page 4, number 11.
Is this for private attorney, Judge?
Private attorney, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. It's for
Also, a couple private attorneys on Zoom as well.
We're gonna go through this calendar, and as soon as we conclude this one from beginning to end, go ahead.
Appreciate it, Your Honor.
He's out on probation, F23 13433.
Thank you.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Richard Perez on behalf of Alejandro Vidales Martinez.
Representa el abogado que representa a Alejandro Vidales Martínez.
Do I have visual areas? Go ahead, counsel.
Judge, I've been given a copy of the A form, and I have read the A form, and although there could be probably a couple of arguments for probable cause, I'm just asking for a standard bond on this. My concern is he's out.
Señoría, ya leí el informe del arresto. A este punto estoy pidiendo solamente la fianza estándar. Counsel, I can do a couple of phrases at a time. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
That case was closed out on March 3rd. I was the attorney representing him at that time.
Señoría, este caso había sido cerrado el 3 de marzo. Yo fui el abogado que estaba representándolo para ese entonces.
The allegations in this affidavit state that this occurrence happened the 29th of May 2024, which predates the time that he was placed on probation, and therefore.
Señoría, lo que tengo entendido, este caso ocurrió ese incidente el 29 de mayo del 24, lo cual precede a la fecha de cuando se presentó la situación de la libertad probatoria.
Okay.
So I'm asking the court not to hold him with regards to the 23 case and ask for a standard bond on the 25 case.
Lo que estoy pidiendo, señoría, es que no lo retenga en el caso del 23 y que le otorgue la fianza estándar en el caso del 24.
All right, Mr. Vidales Martinez. Good afternoon, sir.
Buenas tardes, señor Vidales Martínez.
Okay. It is alleged that on May 29th, 2024, in the vicinity of 1890 Northwest 152nd Terrace in Miami Gardens.
Señor, se presume que el 29 de mayo del 2024 en el 1890 Northwest de las 152 en Miami Garden,
you committed the following offenses: grand
usted cometió los siguientes delitos:
theft in the third degree,
hurto mayor en tercer grado,
and dealing in stolen property.
por comercializar con mercancía o propiedad robada.
The argument your attorney is making to this court is that the request or the advise that the court has been given that there's a hold on a probation case, that being 2023-13433.
Lo que se dice, el argumento de su abogado es que hay un caso que tiene que ver con la libertad por el que estaba retenido, un caso del 23.
This offense that you're now being arraigned on today, okay, the purpose of this hearing occurred way before you were put on probation.
Y que el delito por el cual lo tienen aquí el día de hoy, por el cual se le están leyendo los cargos, ocurrió mucho antes de la libertad probatoria.
State, I don't know if you have anything different, but I show in my printout and
It sounds about right, Judge.
That's about right. All right. So having said that, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a finding of probable cause as to both counts. There will be no hold, and I need corrections to put it on there on the F23-13433.
Entonces lo que voy a hacer es lo siguiente: hallo que hay motivo fundado, sin embargo no se le va a presentar ninguna orden de retención en el caso del delito grave del año 23, que termina en 33.
All right, now setting bond in count 1, standard 2,500.
Ahora, para el primer, go ahead, Judge. Yeah, I can do it.
Count 2, 7,500.
Entonces, para el primer, that's okay. Vamos a fijar fianza para el primer cargo en 2,500, para el segundo en 750. Go ahead, Spade, or whoever.
There's 2 counts of grand theft, so if that's count 1 and 2, it's going to be 2,500 each.
Entonces, hay 2 cargos de hurto mayor para cada uno son 2,500.
And count 3 is 7,500. Okay.
Y para el cargo número 3 son 7,500.
Got it? Okay. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you
Good
for
to
your
see you.
patience. All right.
Have a good day.
Gracias, Mariano.
All right, now we're going to go on to the regular calendar.
Me dejaron fianza, ¿eh?
All right, page 1, Brianna Gonzalez.
Judge, this is added charges. She's been in custody since September the 2nd of 2022.
Got it. Okay.
I think it looks like she was just sentenced to 4 years state prison.
But not stamped. All right, Ms. Gonzalez, you speak English, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. All right, my understanding is that there's an added charge of battery by detaining. Reportedly taking place on March 20th of 2025. I'm appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
For purposes of a potential conflict, victim's name is Cassandra Colinares.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first name.
Cassandra.
All right, I'm setting bond at $2,500. Okay. Next case, Sumra Elahi.
She received a ROR in Jellery on her traffic case.
Okay. Is this Ms. Elahi?
Yes, hello.
Okay. All right, you're here before the court. It's alleged that on March 20th of 2025 in the vicinity of Northwest 27th Avenue and 36th Street, you committed the offense of grand theft auto. I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you in this case.
She took her parents' car. They reported it stolen. I don't see any other criminal history. According to the form, she's a pharmacist.
And this has gone through pre-filing already or no?
No.
Okay. Ma'am, where do you live?
Hi, yes, I live in Miami. The address is 100 Northwest 6 is in the number street, unit number 1609 North, Miami, Florida 33136.
And who do you live with?
By myself.
All right. This might be pretrial services, yes? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna refer to pretrial services, alternate bond will be $2,500, okay? Next case is Jennifer Silgado.
Bond out.
Well, thank you. Next case is Luis Acosta Barbon.
She received a dollar bond in misdemeanor on his misdemeanor case.
One number, okay.
We'll need the Spanish interpreter, please.
Present, thank you.
Is this Mr. Acosta?
Señor Acosta?
Sí, sí.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. All right, you are before the court. It is alleged that on February 5th of the year 2025, you committed the offense of second-degree murder with a weapon.
Señor, se presume o se alega que el 5 de febrero del 2025 usted cometió el delito de asesinato en segundo grado con un arma.
The state of Florida has filed a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.041.
La Fiscalía ha radicado una petición pidiendo que se le dé una detención preventiva en cumplimiento del Estatuto 901.41 de la Florida.
I have appointed the public defender's office to represent you in this matter.
Y ha asignado la oficina de abogados de oficio para que lo represente en este asunto.
And now I'm going to take a look at the arrest affidavit and other documentation to be able to determine your bond status.
A continuación, vamos a mirar el informe del arresto y otros documentos para poder determinar su fianza.
For the record, we'll be invoking Mr. Acosta Barbon's right to counsel and his right to remain silent.
Un abogado invoca su derecho para permanecer en silencio.
Give the arrest affidavit. I am making a finding of probable cause and entering an order granting the state's motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.041, and he will be held no bond.
Mr. Barron, your microphone is off.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Judge. Or whoever the voice that was. La juez dice que hay motivo fundado entonces para el arresto y va a conceder la petición de la Fiscalía para darle una detención preventiva en cumplimiento al Estatuto de la Florida.
He'll be held no bond.
Y será retenido sin derecho a fianza.
Thank you. Renier Peña.
Bond out.
Arthur Gilbert. Is this Mr. Gilbert?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. You are before the court. These are added charges, is that correct?
No.
No.
In custody, it looks like on a domestic battery.
Yes, he'll go tomorrow on that.
Okay, but these are, then this is a brand new, because I see here added charges. I'm just inquiring. And that, all right. Okay, so listen, so this is a lascivious conduct on a child under the age of 16. Okay, All right, I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you, sir. I'm gonna be taking a look at the arrest affidavit now to make finding probable cause and determine your bond status, okay? Any argument from either side?
No, Judge.
All right, court's gonna make a finding of probable cause. Enter a bond in the amount of $7,500 with a stay away order. Mr. Gilbert, one of the conditions of your release, if you're able to post the bond, is that you not engage in any criminal activity. You do not use or possess any illegal drugs. You do not use or purchase, possess, or carry any gun, firearms, weapon, or ammunition. And if you have any of these things, including a permit to carry such, you need to surrender those to the local police department and file a receipt with the court. Furthermore, you are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the following persons: the victim, with the alleged victim with initials RL, okay, including contact in person and writing by telephone, through social media, or through third persons. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, or school at all times. Do you understand so far, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Next, please, Matthew McDuffie. Mr. McDuffie has two cases. Is that you, sir?
There's
Mr.
an
McDuffie?
officer present.
I'm sorry?
There's an officer here, Judge, I think, who wanted to talk to you about this case.
All right, terrific. Yep. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
And you are, sir?
I'm sorry?
Your name?
Deputy Mallet.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm sorry?
How?
Where do you work?
How am I doing?
No. What do you
What
do?
agency do you work for?
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you that well. I work for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
Okay, all right. You want to raise your right hand if you swear? Do you swear that everything you're to testify here today will be true and correct under penalties of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead. What do you have to tell the court, sir?
Ma'am, I just this guy's a menace to society, and as you can see, the charges, they're very violent. I don't agree with any bond. He should be in there for a while.
And sir, are you you're one of the victims in the case?
Yes.
Okay, so what happened to you?
So I was working the off duty at Jackson Memorial Hospital, responding to the crisis area where there was an alleged battery on a medical staff, a doctor. As I arrived, I get there, I speak to the doctor, the victim, and he advises that this gentleman here walked in, started being belligerent, and then started acting violent by starting punching the doctor. At that point, Jackson Memorial Security detained him, and then that's when I arrived. Due to the fact that he battered a doctor, a felon, a felony. I had no discretion, so I placed him under arrest. Once I put him in the back seat of the police vehicle, he started screaming, kicking out my window, and then he smeared his forehead on the glass, causing laceration to the forehead. At that point, I had to drive him across the street so he could get medical treatment. That being said, we had to leg restrain him because he was being, like I said, belligerent and acting very, very erratic. Once he got cleared, I transported him to TGK. At that point, once I exit the vehicle, he advised something with his handcuffs. I told him I can't do anything because I know he's being violent. That's when he slid over towards the window area and spit in my face. It's not a good feeling. At that point, he said he had
Did you
AIDS.
say anything after he spit in your face?
He said he had AIDS, and it took God, it took everything in me to not come out on Channel 7 News right now. At that point, we had to take him back to the hospital to get a blood drawn to make sure he doesn't have any diseases. And then once we obtained the blood, we transport him back to TGK. And then once after that, I had to go to the hospital. I had to get blood drawn. I had hazmat come out because the police vehicle in the back seat was full of blood. There's glass everywhere. And right now, just waiting, I'm giving some time because I have little ones. My wife is pregnant, and I can't kiss them. I'm trying to stay away just in case this guy did give me something. So I don't, again, if you look at his prior, he has a bunch of records from Kansas, from here. He's a menace to society. This guy's going to end up doing something really bad. And I don't think he should have any bond.
Thank you for coming in, Deputy.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Judge,
Okay.
I would ask if you would reset Mr. McDuffie to Monday. I'd like to see if I can get him into a hospital, Judge, for mental health treatment.
And the state's requesting, I know that Your Honor does have to set a bond, they're bondable offenses, but a really high bond in light of what the deputy just testified to.
Let me ask you, there's supposedly, and I don't know, the criminal mischief, what's the value of the replacement of that window in the car?
Deputy, do you know how much it's gonna cost to fix the glass in the car?
I have no idea, ma'am. But he damaged the whole window, blood everywhere. It's not cheap. So
You said hazmat came out to.
hazmat came out. Hazmat had to come out because, again, there's blood. There's blood all over the seats, on the seat belt. There's still glass, and now we have to. I'm gonna be out of a car for a while because this is gonna be. It's.
All right.
Okay. I'd like Your Honor to keep in mind that this is happening at a mental health crisis intake where people go when they need crisis mental health services. And unfortunately, he did not receive those mental health services. I would like to see if I could get him mental health services at a different hospital. He is willing to receive treatment, Judge. I think it would be an important thing to do is not to deny him mental health treatment. I would ask if we can reset this for Monday.
I understand that may be an avenue that you may choose to pursue, but at this juncture, the court is going to limit this to addressing the probable cause and setting bond. And that would not preclude you at any point in time to seek the court's assistance in placing him in a facility that may be indicated. But he's got two cases. They're obviously involving, violence. I understand, and that's the first thing I looked at, but this was at the crisis center at JMH. So that obviously, has it's a factor that the court considers. So let's start with F25-5847. In that case, Mr. Duffy, it is alleged that you committed the following offenses: 1 count of battery on an emergency medical care provider, which is a third-degree felony; 1 count of battery on a law enforcement officer, correction, or firefighter, which is a third-degree felony; 1 count of criminal mischief, which is alleged to be $1,000 or more, which is also a third-degree felony; 1 count of disorderly conduct. In that case, I reviewed the arrest affidavit. Okay, clearly there's probable cause with regards to counts 1 and 2. There is, I don't find probable cause for the felony category of criminal mischief. There's no articulation as to what the expense or cost would be of the particular braking right window of the vehicle, and the court can't assume that. So the court would find probable cause in the misdemeanor amount. With regards to disorderly conduct at an establishment, secondary felony, that clearly is there's probable cause to that for that. In the case F25-5850, he is charged, who is accused of having committed on March 21st, which is the following day. Okay, at TGK. Okay, the following offense is battery on a employee of the facility or detainee, and also resisting an officer without violence to his person, first-degree misdemeanor. I've also reviewed that and find that there's probable cause. So having said that, officer, I can tell you that we have, statutory guidelines, which have set forth amounts that are to be considered by the court, generally speaking, so that there's no discrimination, everybody's treated equally. Certain amounts that are found to be viable for purposes of every category of offenses. The court does have discretion to go up and down, considering a lot of factors, one of which clearly is the safety of the community and members of the community. At this juncture, clearly from my reading, of the affidavits, this is a quite, violent encounter. There's no question that you have testified this afternoon to that effect, and it's it's a concern. And these are 2 incidents, albeit one occurred at like 21:50, which would have been what, of late on the 20th and then early on the 21st. So they must have been in short, time, one between the other, as you have pointed out, transport one place to the other. Let me hear from the state in terms of what it is that you said high, but this is what these offenses are. Okay, these are batteries, and that's how they're treated as a third-degree felony versus a misdemeanor, and that's why the law and the statutes provide for increased, sanctions upon finding of guilt as a result of, for example, if this was battery on a medical provider, that this is battery on a law enforcement versus battery on a regular individual, which would be a misdemeanor. So it's already in that respect being considered in terms of the gradual or the nature of how we assess them at disposition level and the criteria that is considered in determining a bond status. So what is it that the state is asking this court to do? And then I'll hear from the defense.
So the state's requesting a bond, $10,000 on each felony, $2,500 on each misdemeanor.
I didn't hear the first part, just so that the officer knows the standard bond on a battery on a emergency medical care provider is $5,000. Okay, that's for each count. Now, what is it the state is asking for?
No less than $10,000 per felony, $2,500 on each misdemeanor.
Okay, defense.
Judge, you have a gentleman who's going to a crisis stabilization unit asking for treatment. They go there for mental health treatment when they don't feel well and they're not feeling stable. When he's in this condition in the crisis stabilization unit, it appears from what is written on the arrest form that he's in a mental health center in the crisis stabilization emergency room having mentally unstable behavior. And during this mentally unstable behavior, it is now being criminalized. And the state wants to increase his bond instead of allowing him to receive treatment for his mental health condition, Judge.
So he went to
Asking
receive
that
treatment.
instead of criminalizing the behavior, that he be able to receive the treatment that he was there to receive. He's homeless. He does not have funds for a bond.
He went to receive treatment and he punched a doctor in the face. And you heard from Deputy Millette about how this incident has and will continue to affect his life.
So mentally ill people who are trying to obtain treatment are no longer going to want to voluntarily go into a crisis stabilization unit to obtain treatment for fear that they may end up being arrested for unstable behavior.
I think that first of all, we're not at the trial stage. We're not at a disposition where somebody's been found guilty and their sentencing and all of these other factors can be considered. But at this point, I think it's a far stretch, Ms. Corey, to say that somehow imply that this behavior is to be expected once one avails themselves of treatment at a crisis center. It is not expected that an individual would attack personnel and law enforcement individuals.
Judge, I worked at mental health centers, crisis stabilization units for 20 years doing Baker Act work, Judge. There are many instances of physical violence that needed stabilization, and that's based upon instability in the mental health condition. That's why they're there, is to get stability, Judge, for their mental health condition.
I understand that, but I think that it's a far stretch to expect that this kind of conduct is going to happen. No, it doesn't happen, and it shouldn't happen.
Judge, it does happen. I've seen it myself, Judge. It happens on the regular. That's what you're saying. Judge, I just don't know how the court can say that violence never happens in a mental health crisis unit.
That's not what I said. It doesn't happen, but it's not expected to happen in this case. It's not expected that if one needs assistance is going to go to a crisis center and have the authority, if you will, because you're basically saying it's going to happen. Therefore, he's being prohibited from getting treatment, that he's going to attack a physician that's there to assist him and other people that are in that situation, and attack a law enforcement officer, not only there, but in transport. So I've heard the argument. I don't think that he's prohibited in any way whatsoever moving forward or in the past to avail himself of treatment. The court has reviewed, both his affidavits have reviewed his background. He has had numerous contacts with the system, all violent in nature, spreading over a significant period of time. The court has to be mindful of ensuring the safety of the community, not only physicians, not only law enforcement officers, but people that walk the streets, every day in this community, as much as also his rights as a defendant who has not been found guilty of these charges, but is only charged. There's presentation that there will be charges moving forward, and he's been arrested on these. So having said that, the court is going to make a finding that there's probable cause as to all counts, except I go back on 25-5847, the criminal mischief. I do not find that there's in reviewing the affidavit and in consideration of the testimony of the officer, there's been no articulation that this repair under replacement exceeds $1,000. So having said that, I'm going to, as far as count one, we're going to go with 25-5847. Count one, I'm going to set at $10,000.
This on case ending in 47?
47. Count two, $10,000. Count three, I'm going to set that at $1,000. Count four, $1,000. And there's going to be a stay away order in place Can I go near this officer? And I don't have the name of the physician, so I can't approach that. Okay.
Judge, I'm sorry, in the other case, ending in 5-0, can you give me the bonds?
I haven't done that yet. I was doing that one. Now we get on to the F-25-5850 battery on a detainee, employed by detainee, and that's going to be $10,000. And resisting an officer without violence to his person, that is going to be $1,000. And this is where officer is victim, so stay away from officer. Okay. And you can certainly support to the court's attention when you have a facility that will accommodate him and give this gentleman an opportunity to seek the attention that he needs mental health wise. Otherwise, you're free to do that at any point in time. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Officer Mallet.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Christian Pena.
You should qualify for pretrial.
Let's see here, this is on a grand theft vehicle. I don't have any fires. Yes, okay.
Nothing I'm aware of.
I mean, told yes, Mr. Pena, do you speak English, sir? I can't hear. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Pena, you're charged with one count of grand theft vehicle, third-degree felony, supposedly occurring on March 20th in the vicinity of Northeast 2nd Avenue and 54th Street. My understanding is that you qualify for pretrial services, so I'm going to refer you to pretrial services. Finding probable cause, alternate bond is $2,500. Okay?
Pretrial alternate 2,500?
Yes, 2,500. What did I say? 2,500? I don't know what I said. It's 2,500. I'm sorry about that. Not 25,000. All right, good luck, sir. Okay, next case is Yehuda El-Harar. Attorney.
Good afternoon, Judge. Attorney Michael Takeoff appearing by Zoom. How are you?
You, sir. Okay, this is your client, Mr. El-Harar?
Yehuda El-Harar, that is correct.
All right. Okay, Mr. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Okay, you're here before the court, sir, because it is alleged that on March 20th in the vicinity of 178th Street in Sunny Island Beach, you committed the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The alleged victim being a person with initials JB. Okay. Does he have a fugitive warrant? That's been quashed, right?
No, that was from 94. That's quashed.
This is the only thing he has, right?
Correct.
It is my understanding that he does not have any history. This gentleman is 75 years old and he is a rabbi. He has substantial ties to the South Florida community, substantial. He is not a flight risk at all. The alleged victim in this case is a 6'5", over 250-pound gentleman. The defendant, my client, is 75 years old, recovering from cancer and a brain tumor. Okay. If I didn't think it was going to cause additional time, I would prospectively challenge probable cause. But what I'm going to do at this particular time is highlight his extreme ties to the community. Okay.
Counsel, can I ask you a quick question?
Rabbi, and ask for his OR release.
Counsel, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Does he live with the victim at the synagogue?
I'm sorry, say again?
Do they live together at the synagogue?
No, they do not live together.
Does he live at the synagogue?
He, as I indicated, he has substantial ties and stays at the synagogue when he is present in South Florida, correct?
But
I also underscore the fact that this is a gentleman who has had multiple bouts of cancer and has been treating for cancer and a brain tumor as well. There's not any knowledge, he has any history, and there are numerous attorneys and other individuals who are willing to post a bond if necessary and provide for his assured return. At this time, I'm going to ask the court to consider an OR release.
the police wrote that the victim lived at the temple too. Does he
I'm
have?
sorry, Miss Nessa,
Yeah,
you were
the
breaking
police
up, I
said that the
apologize.
victim lives at the temple too. Does he have somewhere else to stay if he's not staying at the synagogue?
He will not return to where the alleged victim is. We have other individuals who are willing to place him, correct?
So does the victim live at the synagogue?
We're both
That I do not know.
writing there on the A form.
I could answer. I could answer.
Mr. El-Harar?
Yes.
I advise you not to say anything right now.
Stay with us on this, because the victim's not present. I'm not.
A bond and a stay away order. There's PC.
There is, I mean, if the victim were here, the court would, I'm not, based on the four corners of the instrument, quite frankly, it's probable cause.
I'm okay if Your Honor wants to reduce the bond somewhat.
But we can set it at the lower end. It calls for a $5,000 bond. I'll set it at $2,500 with a stay away order, okay? Now, I need Mr. Alcarar to understand that I'm lowering the bond. One of the conditions is, in addition to posting the bond, that you will not have any contact whatsoever with this alleged victim whose initials are JB, okay? That means no contact, direct or indirect, in person, in writing, by phone, pager, or through third persons. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from this person's home, place of employment, or school at all times. You understand that? And you can do that for me?
He will not have contact, Judge.
Do you understand that, sir? Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Alvaro, do you understand what Judge Dennis indicated to you? No contact with the alleged victim.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I just want to show.
There's nothing to say, Mr. Alvaro.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, Judge Dennis, did you lower the bond? I apologize. I didn't hear to the amount.
It was in terms of, I'd set it at $2,500.
2,500 from 5,000.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
So we'll have a surety bond posted and we will have him released and he will not have contact with the victim.
Good luck, sir. All right. Okay. Good luck.
Judge Dennis, I bid you a good afternoon.
Likewise. All right.
Okay.
Last
Thank you, Ms. Nessa. Have a good afternoon.
Okay. No, I think he's here. Is this Mr. Mendez Moreno? Who's this gentleman?
This is Mr. Para.
Oh, so what happened to Mendez Moreno?
Mind out.
Okay, thank you. Let's put it on here.
Judge, and the alleged victim's here on this case. I'm gonna promote her.
Right, this is Mr. Parra.
Hi, good afternoon, Your Honor, and all present.
Man, are you able to
Can you
turn on
guys
your
hear me?
camera? We can hear you, but can you try and turn on your camera?
Yeah. Let me see if this works.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Can you guys see me?
We can see you. Just give the judge a moment to read the report.
Okay.
What is your name?
Montserrat Casares.
Okay, she's the alleged victim. You want to raise your right hand?
Right
Do you swear that everything you're going to say here today is true and correct under penalties of perjury?
Yes, ma'am, I swear.
All right, what is it that you want to say to the court?
I did want to say that when I received the call earlier about the hearing, I mentioned that I wanted to remove the charges. It is my husband. And they told me that I needed to speak to the paralegal team regarding this. But that we needed to have the hearing first so that we can know where the bond would be standing at when I speak to them on Monday.
So
okay, go ahead.
A judge usually issues a stay away order in these kinds of cases. Do you want the judge to issue a stay away order?
No, ma'am.
Are you afraid of the defendant?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay. Typically, there's a modified stay away order. I mean, the police was called on this case. They didn't just appear magically.
Yes, no, they were called. I did call them. It was me. It was an altercation that we had yesterday night because I had gone out and I guess he could have gotten a little jealous, but there was no battering at all. What happened was just a pretty close face-to-face altercation, but there was no battering.
Okay, well, the police went there, whether
Yes.
call or otherwise, okay, the police made an arrest. The police has filed an affidavit charging him with tampering with a witness and victim, a robbery by sudden snatching, and a battery domestic in nature. Okay.
Yes, the first two I'm aware of. I did read the record. I just wanted to put out there before I also talked to the paralegals and in front of you, Your Honor, that there was no battering at all. It was just a pretty close face-to-face altercation.
I'm sorry, we need a Spanish interpreter for Mr. Parra.
I don't even see him. I see her double. I don't have a visual of Mr. Parra. There we go. Okay.
Mr. Barron, are you available?
Yes, the interpreter is present.
There we go.
All right. He needs to know what's going on.
I'm sorry, Judge, the interpreter was not aware that this defendant needed the interpreter.
Okay. All right, well, Miss Casares is here. Apparently it's there's a relationship, girlfriend, boyfriend between the both of them, and she doesn't want him prosecuted.
Ok, aparentemente hay una relación de noviazgo entre la señorita Casares y el acusado, pero la señorita Casares no quiere que el caso sea procesado o no quiere que el caso continúe.
She advised the court that there was no battery, that it was just a face-to-face.
Ella le informa a este despacho que no hubo agresión física, que fue simplemente un enfrentamiento cara a cara.
Let me ask you something, Ms. Casares. Has the police ever gone to your home or apartment before because of any face-to-face or anything else?
No,
La juez le
never
pregunta a la
again.
señorita Casares si en el pasado se ha llamado a la policía por algún caso de agresión física o por algún tipo de enfrentamiento cara a cara. Ella responde no, señoría.
Absolutamente no, nunca.
No, para nada, no, not at all.
What I was trying to tell you is there is what is called a modified stay-away order until the state of Florida decides what they're going to do with the case.
Existe lo que se llama una orden modificada de alejamiento, mientras que la fiscalía decide qué es lo que haría en este caso.
Because it's up to them, okay?
Pero eso ya depende de ellos.
Okay.
That modified stay-away order says you can have contact with him, but it can't be violent.
La orden modificada de alejamiento dice que puede tener contacto con él con tal de que no sea violento.
Okay. Se podría seguir viviendo en la misma residencia porque vivimos juntos.
We will be able to continue living together because, I mean, we happen to live together. Can we still live at the same residence?
At least in the meantime. You're telling this court that you're not afraid of him, that there was never a battery. You're asking the state to not file charges against him. You can ask the court to enter a modified stay order, which would allow you to be with him in the same place, and just as long as there's no violence.
Okay. Is there anybody in specific that I will need to contact in regards to that, or?
Mr. Barron, if you can translate.
¿Alguien en particular que debo contactar para, en cuanto a eso? Pregunta la señorita Cáceres.
That's between you and the state of Florida.
Eso depende entre usted y el estado de la Florida, o sea, la fiscalía.
Okay.
Madam State.
So I'm okay with Your Honor modifying the stay away order based upon the victim's testimony. Also, defendants got no priors, and I think at most it was a slap.
Debido a que el antecedente, State, I'm sorry for the interpreters. You said so you would object or you wouldn't, basically.
I won't.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Just making sure I can interpret properly. La fiscalía no objeta o no tiene problema en que se otorgue una orden de alejamiento modificada, dado que el acusado no tiene antecedentes penales y aparentemente fue solamente una cachetada, galleta, bofetada.
I want to read to both of you what this modified stay order reads, and it says the defendant is allowed to have contact with the victim.
Puede leer lo que dice a continuación. Al acusado se le permite tener contacto con la víctima.
But he is prohibited from being physically threatening.
Pero se le prohíbe de que físicamente la amenace.
Or violent towards the victim in any manner whatsoever.
O que se comporte de alguna manera violenta en lo absoluto en contra de la víctima.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, in terms of release, state and defense.
Ahora, en cuanto a excarcelamiento, ¿qué dice la fiscalía y la defensa?
A monetary bond or pretrial judge?
Una fianza monetaria o el servicio previo al juicio.
I would ask for pretrial judge. I see no prior history.
No veo antecedentes penales o historial de antecedentes, pediría entonces el servicio previo al juicio.
Pretrial, will you take him? He has no, it doesn't look like he has any priors. And this is his own offense. The victim's here, doesn't want to prosecute, says it didn't happen the way it says, and does not appear for him.
Sí, no tiene antecedentes penales, aquí está la víctima.
Do you have any children together?
¿Ustedes
No,
tienen niños
no.
e hijos en común? Ella dice que no.
But we do have dogs. That's and the house pretty much. That's all we have in common. We've been married for about 3 years and a half now.
Tenemos perros en común y tenemos la casa en común. Hemos estado casados como por 3 años y medio.
Okay. All right. Pretrial is willing to take him. So this is going to be pretrial services with the alternate bond, and then they're telling me they can take him, but just in case. Okay. So count one.
Entonces se concede el servicio previo al juicio. Ellos están dispuestos a aceptarlo. Como alternativa, sería la siguiente fianza para el primer cargo. Go ahead, Your Honor. Thank you.
2,500. Count two. 2,500. Count three. 1,000.
Para el primer cargo serían 2,500. Para el segundo, 2,500. Para el tercero, 1,000.
All right. I'm entering this a modified stay order.
Y voy a presentar aquí la orden de alejamiento.
All right. Good luck to you.
Buena suerte.
All right. Next case is Zeniel Cabrera. I'm sorry?
That's for a private attorney.
Mr. Vieira,
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
how are you? How are you doing?
Great, thank you.
Okay, let's see here. We're waiting for a client who will be brought up shortly.
English.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
Okay, so you, oh, okay, right. All right, let's see here. So Mr. Cabrera has, we have two cases here? Yes. There's two different cases. Okay, in case number F20, this is a, yeah. F255770 and F255771. Okay, in the 5770, he is alleged to have committed the offense of grand theft in the third degree and dealing in stolen property back on November 11th of 2024 in the vicinity of 19390 Southwest 232nd Street in Miami. In case number F255771, it is alleged that on that same day, in the same similar place, that's 208th Street, and I don't know, it says 194th Avenue. So it may be, it doesn't give me a specific number for the facility. He is also accused of having committed, it's just the same thing.
So Judge, here's the deal. He was arrested for leaving the scene of an accident with death. And it looks like at the time of that accident, he was driving a stolen truck that had a stolen trailer. And I think one case is for the truck, the other one's for the trailer.
Okay. These
There's
look like,
different victims on the back of each A form.
because they look identical and there's no link in the scene. It's grand theft in the third degree and dealing in stolen property on both.
Right, but I think this relates back to that incident.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. In each case, he is charged with 1 count of grand theft and 1 count of dealing in stolen property in each one of the cases. All right, got it. And it does refer to a crash involving fatality. Yes.
So I did speak with counsel earlier, and it looks like there's a pending motion for pretrial detention on that case that's set for hearing next week. On these charges, standard bond, and then he'll deal with all of his issues next week in front of his division judge.
So the case that's set for
I don't know
here.
if counsel has anything to say.
Well, yes, Judge, as far as counsel is correct, he was out on a bond, on a $300,000 bond that he posted. At arraignment, the state filed additional charges, which do not predate the original case. And at that point, the state filed a motion for pretrial detention yesterday, and we're set for Tuesday.
Okay, that's on the leaving the scene of an accident with a death, the casualty, correct? Okay. Yes, that's the one.
That is correct.
Okay, so now at this point, the only thing you need are assessment of monetary bond and findings of probable cause for these two,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, Judge, and I have no argument reference probable cause.
All right, perfect. All right, so in case number 5770, count one is gonna be $2,500, count two is gonna be $2,500. And count, I don't see a count three on that one. Then on the other one, which is 5771. The first count is 2,500. These were both set up. It should have been more. It should have been 7,500 on the or is it, no, never mind, 2,500. So all counts 2,500. I'm gonna take it easy. Okay. Got it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Here. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, next case is Mendez.
You may qualify for a program.
Mr. Mendez is present.
He received pre-trial alternate 150 on his traffic case.
On the traffic. Okay. All right, so Mr. Mendez, good afternoon, sir. It's alleged that on March 20th, in the area of 142 Hialeah Drive in Hialeah, you committed the offense of possession of crack cocaine. This is the only thing he has. Pre-trial? How long have you lived in South Florida, sir?
She telling me? About 8 months.
8 months?
Exactly. I don't know exactly, but yeah, something like that.
What?
I said I don't know exactly, but about like 8 months.
Okay. Are you working?
Working?
Right now, nah.
8 months, he says. Not enough, she's telling me. Do you have any other family that lives here for more than 8 months? What's your price? 1 year? He has a traffic. And then he's got this.
Received pre-trial alternate 150 on the traffic.
I'm gonna order him to pretrial services. And then the alternate bond is gonna be $2,500. Okay. All right. Good luck, sir. Juan Carlos, I'm sorry, Jeremy Brown. Ms. Brown?
Yes, it's Mr. Brown.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, good afternoon. You're charged, it's alleged that on March 20th, that in the area of 485 Southwest 44th Avenue in Homestead, you committed the offense of possession of a controlled substance. Let's see what that is.
So I think a program should take him, pretrial if not TAP.
Okay. So what's the controlled substance here?
Molly, so MDMA.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so he has.
I would ask for pretrial services, Judge.
How long have you lived at your last address, sir?
That same address should be 4 years.
All right. We will do pretrial services, alternate bond, 2,500. Next is Malcolm Mosley. Good luck to you, sir. Malcolm Mosley.
Bond out.
Okay. Jeff Rosen.
This is Mr. Rosen.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Alleged, sir, that on March 21st, early in the morning at Dean's Gold, located at 2355 Biscayne Boulevard in North Miami Beach, you committed the following offenses. One count of aggravated assault. I'm not sure this is an attempt. Aggravated assault with intent to commit a felony, okay? One count of battery, one count of trespass onto property after warning, one count of disorderly conduct and breach of the peace. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. The alleged victim, by the way, is an individual by the name of Fernando Aguilar. And the address, as I stated, was Dean's Gold, which is 2355 Biscayne Boulevard in North Miami.
He's a fugitive from Palm Beach, being held no bond.
Okay, let's see here. Take a look at the affidavit. Any argument?
Yes, Judge, I'd ask you to find no probable cause for count one.
I'll stipulate to an assault.
Okay. All right, count one. CS with assault on setting bond of $250. Count two, $1,000. Count three, $500. Count four, $100. And was out of hold from Palm Beach County. I'm also entering a stay away order as it relates to Fernando Aguilar and Dean's Gold. Good luck to you, sir. Wilfredo Acuna.
He refused.
Your Honor, please review her probable cause.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what.
You refused to come to court. Can Your Honor just make the preliminary probable cause finding?
Okay, so there's a motion for pretrial detention on this one. So let me just take a look at the form. All right, I'm making probable causes to all counts. I'm noting that there are two of which are punishable by life. All right. So we'll reset for when? Tomorrow?
Yeah.
I mean, yes?
Yes.
They do this on weekends, yes? On the day? Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry to hear that. Somebody's got to do it. Right? Okay, Raleigh Flowers.
NBC judge, reset.
Presence, Ms. Corey.
You can waive his presence.
Okay, this is an added charge. Battery by the detainee. So, all right, so this is, I'm finding PC, $2,500 standard bond. All right, did we miss anything? Are we done?
Oh, we have the in-states.
Oh, in-states, oh, okay. All right. Let me sign this.
Judge, just to clarify for Mr. Victor Rodriguez, we don't have the arrest warrant that's being reset?
Huh? Is that the last one that you waived his presence?
No, I was given a case of Victor Rodriguez who has an arrest warrant as an add-on.
I wasn't told about any add-ons.
It was gonna be reset for tomorrow. They didn't have paperwork.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so now this is the end state. Okay, and this gentleman should be Marlon Davis. Yes? Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
The Broward County. These are the ones that we passed. Yes. Okay, so this is
Yes,
no bond, but it was possession of firearm by convicted felon. What do we have?
So Broward County responded, Judge, that they are recommending a bond of $5,000 for Mr. Davis.
Okay. All right, who did you speak to in Broward?
That would be ASA Paul Valcore, VALCORE.
Okay.
And if it's okay with you, Judge, I will prepare an order for Judge De La O to sign on your behalf using the standard order form that we have.
Fine, so $5,000. Okay, I believe on. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, so the next one is Scott Bilbrun. What's on today?
Said 5 and a court order to follow?
Yes.
Yes. This is Scott Vilbrun. The State Attorney's Office of Broward County responded that they are requesting a bond plus house arrest. So at this point, I would ask that Mr. Vilbrun be reset for April the 7th.
Got it.
They'll have to wait until he goes to Broward.
Yeah, okay. Done. Okay, the next one is John Perez.
I'm sorry, Judge, since you're resetting Mr. Valburn.
Yes.
Be no bond, and what's the reset date?
The reset is April 7th in the morning, okay? Which is the 15 days. So we're here now on Jonathan Perez Mendoza.
No, Judge, it should be Hold the Hill.
Did we just do this one? No.
Jonathan Perez Moya was reset for 4/7.
We did. Okay, I have that there. You're absolutely correct. Hilda Hill.
Right. She's the last one, the one on the second page.
Yes.
So we did hear back from the State Attorney's Office in St. Lucie County from Assistant State Attorney Justin Cormier, Cormier. They provided the arrest warrant, the alleged, they're asking that the conditions outlined in the warrant be agreed to, and they're recommending a $5,000 bond with no contact from the alleged victim. The alleged victim's name is Natasha Serra, Serra, and they provided a copy of the warrant. The warrant conditions require no contact with the alleged victim until further order of the court or the charge is dismissed. The defendant shall not directly or indirectly contact the victim in person, by mail, email, fax, telephone, through another person, or in any other manner. This restriction shall include the following conditions. The defendant may not knowingly come closer than 50 feet to the victim at any public place except for court proceedings or within 500 feet of the victim's residence or place of employment or 100 feet of any vehicle regularly driven by the victim. So at this point, Your Honor, if it's okay with you, I'd like to prepare an order indicating those conditions and with a $5,000 bond with a stay away order from Natasha Sarah.
Okay, yeah, order to follow, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, corrections, $5,000 bond with stay away order from victim with specific conditions, order to follow from the PD to be signed by the judge. Okay.
Now, the report date is April 7th.
Yes. Okay. Anything else left over? I think that's it, right? This is from the point where they're all taken care of. Okay, so we're done? Okay, the clerk says the only thing he has to do is go home. All right.
Bye,
So
Judge. Take care, everyone.
have a good weekend, okay?
You too, take care.